Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for 9/4/2025. Few items I want to talk about before we start. Could everyone make sure their phones are on silent? Including us, or computers, or anything. Second, we are going to change the order for today because we have some continued items that we believe could be timely, time-consuming. So we're going to go on to the general docket first. So we're going to start our public hearing with general docket number 1. We'll then close that hearing. We will vote on those items, then reopen the public hearing and listen to the continued items. Okay? So the first thing is we have one administrative item we do before we open the hearing, and that is we need to approve the minutes from Thursday, August 7, 2025. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian, and a second?
Jane seconds.
Jane, can we have a vote?
Yes.
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 And I'm also a yes. Okay. We are now going to open the public hearing.
We have to do two things.
No, we're not doing that anymore.
Oh, really?
They should get paid by default. Nice.
Okay, is everyone done? Okay, we're going to, I'm going to call to the order the public portion of the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. So first, when a matter is called, the applicant or his or her agent will No, that's okay. Actually, I just wanted to mention before I start this, that once your case is heard, you are free to leave. The room is pretty full and it's warm in here, so don't feel uncomfortable getting up, okay? All right. The Zoning Board of Appeals meeting will now come to order. First, when a matter is first called, the applicant or his or her agent will present the case. At this time, originals of any petition should be given to the clerk, Tara. Copies of the petition then be distributed to the board members. After the applicant's presentation, all interested persons in favor of the application will come forward and speak. After those in favor have spoken, those in opposition will then be heard. The applicant or his or her agent may then address the comments made by those in opposition. Second, this meeting is being recorded as required by state law. It is important that we're able to understand the recording. Therefore, only one person may speak at a time, and anyone who speaks must come forward, speak clearly, as our recording device is located in the ceiling of our room, and give his or her name and address. We welcome the comments of all interested persons, but we must exercise discretion in making sure that your comments are on point, and if you're too far off the point, you reserve the right to restrict your comments at any time. Third, applicants and interested persons may remain in attendance after the hearing and the executive session to find out what was decided, or you may call the zoning office tomorrow morning to find out. Fourth, if an application for a waiver is granted, that waiver is not valid if notice is not recorded. The applicant must bring a check in the amount of $70 made out to the town of Fairfield to the zoning office on Wednesday or later following the meeting for proper recording of notice of filing. Any waiver involving construction requires an as-built prior to the issuance of certificate of zoning compliance and a certificate of occupancy. Okay, thank you. So as I said, we're going to go on to our agenda, and we are going to start with the general docket. So the first item on our agenda is 1242 Old Academy Road, map 221, parcel 24. Petition of Corey Lee for a variance of the zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the sideline and street line setbacks from 30 feet and 60 feet, currently 24 feet and 47.6. Proposing 19.8 and 47.6, permission to construct additions to the existing primary and accessory dwelling structure, premises AAA zone. Hello.
Hi, Bob Tucker, Hustis Tucker Architects, for my client Cody Lee, who is here. I do have a petition. She said to give it to her.
I'm just blocking the entrance.
All right, and did you get the things I emailed? They're on there. Okay. Do I need copies for them, or?
Only if they wish to have them in
Everyone's
I
copied.
think we're okay, but thank you.
And I've got them up here sort of old school, because, just in case. Yeah, if we can go to the new site plan, oh wow, interesting, some of the colors are not showing up. This is existing,
Pink and yellow are up there.
is the yellow?
You can't really see it from where you are, but
Okay.
it's there.
Okay, great. The project here is an existing house and cottage, 1242 Old Academy Road. We are proposing to, on the house, to add a second floor. It's an existing cape. We're adding a second floor, basically making it into a colonial. And then at the right side in the plan, which would be the east side, we're extending the garage by 4 feet. The existing garage is only about 19 feet wide inside. It's really too narrow for a 2-car garage nowadays, so we're adding 4 feet there. However, the existing garage is already 6 feet over the setback line, so we're adding the 4, so we will have a 20.4 foot setback on that side instead of the required 30. So that's one area where we're asking for a variance. At the front of the house towards the street, where you can see the setback line at 60 feet runs right through the corner of the house. The pink area on this plan is where we're adding 2 stories above the existing, or a second story above the existing 1 story. One sort of small thing is there is also existing a big roof overhang of about 3 feet, which we're removing. So in some ways, we're decreasing the nonconformity. And then there is a cottage to the left, to the west of the house. That's a separate existing cottage. And there, we're doing a very small addition just to help the entrance and the access into the building on the front of it. And we're putting a steeper roof so that we can have storage and mechanicals in the attic because it doesn't have a basement. And then so the steeper roof is technically extending the nonconformity within that pink area. If you want to look at the next set that I gave you, the last page, so we have a existing street view, existing view of the front of the house, and then the proposed rendering of the proposed house on the upper right. And down below is an existing view of the cottage and a proposed view rendering of the cottage. I think I've covered, in our to address the hardship issue. The hardship really is that the house is where it is, and we are trying not to tear it down and start over. We're keeping the whole first floor and basement of the house, and we are adding a good part of our area to the rear on the house. And with the cottage, it is also existing, and really all we're doing there is just trying to get a steeper roof pitch to be able to get a little bit of storage space and mechanical space in there. The addition that we're adding on the cottage actually kind of technically doesn't, it is within the setback, but the worst, or the closest point of the building is the southwest corner at 47.6, and that's going to remain the same. So it is not really increasing from that point of view. I think that's all I have. If you have questions.
Does the board have any questions of the applicant?
Yeah. You're getting rid of the chimney on the cottage?
Yes, we are. Client is a mason
We
and-
wanted to keep it, but it's such, it's.
You want to,
so-
if you
Sorry.
need to speak, that's okay, you just need to come forward.
No problem. We wanted to keep it, but it's in such bad shape. It had-
Name and address?
Cody Lee, 1242 Old Academy Road. We wanted to keep that, but we really wanted to keep it because it's very cool. But it had rotted, oxidized steel in there from the inserts, and it had been wet in there for years, so everything stinks. It's a huge chimney that was kind of, unfortunately, we couldn't save.
Okay.
So we may build a chimney there on that gable end, but that's budget driven at this point. That would be like something we would love to do, but we're not sure if we'll be able to afford it, right? So that answers that. But yes, if we could have that chimney, there will be a chimney there if we can, at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think,
I just got one question. Yes, did you get a signature from your next door at 1220?
So, yes, the signatures, I meant to address that. Cody has been speaking to all of the neighbors, but was not able to get a signature from across the street because they didn't
Dell
run into
lives
each
there.
other.
Yeah, he lives by himself there. Like, he's not there a lot. He had no problem.
But the neighbor to the right, to the north, to the east. Cody met with them and with him, and the owners are now his daughters who live in Delaware. So you can tell how you.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they live, but he gifted the house to his daughters, I think, for estate reasons. So he's like, we have no problem with it. He's like, I'm not gonna be able to get my daughters to sign it in time for your hearing. But he said, he didn't object to it. He said, I will not object to the garage.
all right, any other questions from the board? Okay, none, thank you so much. Is there anyone here or online who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here or online who would like to speak against this application? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, we're going to close this application. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to general docket number 2, which is 264 Fairchild Avenue, map 70, parcel 12. Petition of Summit Holding LLC for variance of zoning regulations, section 12.7.6.1 to reduce the street line setback from 25, currently 40.1, proposing 10.1. Permission to construct a one-story addition premises DCD zone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Fallon. I'm here today representing the applicant, Summit Holdings. With me is Mr. Jeff Engel from Summit, and also Mr. Pat Rose, who's our architect, should you have any questions about this rather straightforward request. As the call indicates, we are seeking a variance of section 12.7.6.1 to reduce the street line facing Dresden Street to 10.1 feet in order to accommodate the one-story addition that is depicted on the plans that were submitted herewith. By way of background, Summit Auto Repair has been located at this property at 264 Fairchild Avenue for 31 years. Along with his partner, Brian Judd, Jeff has owned and operated Summit Auto Repair there for all that time, providing quality auto repair to customers for over 3 decades. As shown on the plans that were prepared by Pat and his team, we seek your approval of a one-story addition to the existing structure that will comprise 2,010 square feet. As I point out in my application narrative, the purpose of this addition is to provide additional space to secure an interior location for a collection of antique cars and motorcycles that are owned by Jeff and Brian. The additional space will be used strictly for that purpose of internal storage of those vehicles, and the addition will not involve any expansion of the business of Summit Auto Repair. The key factor here, I think, to focus on, if you look at the site plan in the context of this variance request, is in fact that the property is located in the design commercial district, and it is bordered on 3 sides by streets. You've often seen applications where the hardship claim for a street side variance or a street setback variance is that it's a corner lot bounded by 2 street lines. We set a new record. We are bounded by 3, as shown on the property. That is the basis for the request, along with one other element that I'll discuss, to allow us to complete this addition. And the building currently as it exists is also non-conforming to the Fairchild Avenue street line at 8 feet and Carthage Street at 7.6 feet. So what does all that mean in the context of 8-6, which is the statute that guides you with regard to these applications? You have to find that there's nothing here that will substantially affect the comprehensive zoning plan, and that there is some factor involving the parcel that creates an unusual hardship as our law recognizes it. It's long been held by our appellate court as to the first point, and I cite the Egan case in my material, that if the use to be allowed pursuant to the variance is a permitted use, that satisfies the first part of the test. And in this case, obviously, we're going to continue to use it for the purposes of an automobile repair facility, internal storage, all of which is permitted under section 12.4.28.5 of the zoning regulations. It's a modest addition, as I said, comprising 2,010 square feet. It harmonizes with the existing structure and will not have any adverse impact on surrounding properties. Indeed, if you look at the map, we're generally surrounded by property of the town of Fairfield and those 3 street lines that I mentioned. Should you have any questions about our site plan or the architectural plans, as I said, Pat Rose of Rose Tissot is here to answer them. The hardship is classic, and it's based upon 2 factors. One I've already discussed, and that is all the cases that I cited, page 3 of my material, the Archambault case in particular, which says that a proper basis for a finding of hardship for a street line setback is when a property is burdened by street setback regulation on more than one side, usually 2. As I've said before, we are 3. The other basis of the hardship is the cases I cited, page 3 in my material, where it's well recognized by our courts that the historic location of a legally protected existing non-conforming structure creates another proper basis for a finding of hardship. Here, basically, if we're going to construct this addition, because of the current location of the building and its non-conforming status, we need your relief by way of this variance. So that's basically this application. It's straightforward. I hope you'll agree that we comply with the standards of section 8-6. This is a long-standing business that's been here for decades. As I said, this additional space will provide an opportunity for them to house internally, which for security and aesthetic reasons is good, their motorcycle and antique car collection. And the hardship for the specific variance is found based upon the factors I addressed, which is the location of the existing building and the fact that it is bordered by streets on 3 of its 4 sides. So we're pleased to answer any questions that you might have and appreciate your consideration of the application.
Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Yeah?
If the Dresden Street were not a street, the setback would be, the side yard would be 10 feet?
Correct.
Be the same 10 feet that you're looking for?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
And you stated that the second floor would be used for storage.
The second one, the addition
The addition.
will be used solely for the storage of the antique car and motorcycle collection that Jeff and Brian have maintained for many years, but want to securely store inside.
But if this variance is approved, that wouldn't, it really could be used for anything.
Theoretically, it could, but after 31 years of successful operation, the intent is not to expand in any way the use for purposes of the auto.
You wouldn't want to see a conditional.
Sure. That's fine.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of this application here or online? Is there anyone online or in the room who'd like to speak against this application? None? Okay, we're going to close this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go on to number 3 on our general docket, which is 31 Larbert Road. Map 241, parcel 62. Petition of Evan Paulson for a variance of zoning regulations, section 5.2.4, to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet, currently 30.5, proposing 27.7. Permission to construct a rear one-story addition, premises A zone.
Hello, thank you for having me. So,
Name and address?
Evan Paulson, 31 Larbert Road.
Okay.
Our goal for the renovations that we're doing, I kind of think of it in 3 phases. So, as you described, on the left-hand side of the house, looking at the house to the left, we are looking to do a 2-car garage with a primary suite above, so bedroom, bathroom, and closet. And then on the right-hand side of the house, adding to the main floor, above the main floor, would be 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And then off the back of the house and that main level as well would be an addition to the kitchen. So the small rectangular bump out adds about 3 feet, and we can have Bill confirm as well, he's here, our architect, but that will give us some additional space, interior living space, and to the kitchen. The problem that we've come across is the setback line is on a very, very sharp angle. So anything out from the kitchen in the back of the house is going to come either up against the setback line or slightly over. So the variance that we're looking for is to allow that bump out of the kitchen. And it's important to note that the bump out is a rectangle. Because of the angle of the setback line, it's really just a triangle of the space that we need. So the majority of what we're adding is within that setback line as it exists today. But if it were straighter, maybe we'd have better luck with it, but that's what we are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant? Joe? Anyone? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone here or online who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Please, name and address?
Lori Harvey, 23 Larbert Road. I speak in favor of it.
Thank you so much. Sure. Anyone else? No? Is there anyone here or online who would like to speak against this application? No? Okay, we're going to close the application. Thank you.
No.
Okay, we are on to number 4 on our general docket. 66 Churchill Street, map 131, parcel 371. Petition of Ronald Salomon and Gary Salomon for a variance to the zoning regulations, section 5.1.1, to reduce the minimum lot size and square, section 2.7, to reduce, and section 2.7, to reduce the lot frontage from a single-family dwelling from 6 feet, 60 feet, and 60-foot frontage, currently 10,000 square feet, 100 square feet, and 100 feet frontage, proposing 5,000 square feet, 50 square feet, and 50 feet frontage. Permission to establish a lot for a single-family dwelling, premises B zone.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the record, John Fallon. I'm here representing Gary and Ron Solomon. Gary is seated in the corner back there, and they are the owners of the property at 66 Churchill, Fairfield. Let me give you the background here, which is somewhat unique, but in this neighborhood, not really that unique. The property is located in the Residence B zone, And as shown on the survey we submitted, it comprises 5,000 square feet. The history of the property and its creation is that the lot was created by the filing of a map in 2009. The map is known as Grassmere, and it was prepared by a company called Schofield and Ford, and it's on file in the town's clerk's office as map number 105. I provided you a copy of that map with my material. As you look at the map, you'll see that separate building lots were established by that map. Lots numbers 234 and 235. 234 and 235 are presently 66 and also 52 Churchill. If you look at the deeds, which I've also attached relating to 66 Churchill, you will see that in each deed there's a direct reference to the Grassmere map and the separate lots. And that's part of your record here as Exhibit B. The lot is also shown as a separate and distinct lot and has been for over 100 years, I guess, in the town's assessor's maps. And I've given you a copy of the assessor's map as Exhibit 3. And lastly, this lot, 66 Churchill, has always been taxed as a separate tax parcel, and I've given you a copy of the tax bill as Exhibit B. So, since its creation in 2009, the parcel by conveyance, by reference to the town's assessor's map, and by reference to the taxation records, has always existed as a separate parcel in accordance with the original map designation and property description. And that is set forth in the deeds as well. All make reference to that separate and distinct parcel. Since 1909, the lot has been continuously maintained by the original owners and the Solomons for the last 40-some years as a separate parcel. Unlike some situations that you sometimes see where you're being asked for somewhat similar variances, this is not a situation where a house straddles the property line or the house exists but the swimming pool is over here. When you go by, they've always been very careful to maintain separation because they're familiar with the concept of merger and they didn't want anything to inhibit their ultimate right to utilize 66 Churchill as a building lot. Similarly, they were careful in maintaining separate ownership because although the properties are owned by the Solomon family, 66, which is before you today, is owned by Gary and his brother, and 52 is owned by, I believe it's Evelyn and Gary. So there's been no unity of title, and that's been very intentional. So that's where we are. And it's different than some situations, some of which I brought before you, where I've got a 10,000 square foot parcel, I want to divide it, get these variances, but I've had merger. I don't have that here. So we seek the variances that we do as referenced in the call, simply so that we can establish this as a legal building lot. Any actual construction here will have to comply with the provisions of the B-zone regulations, or they'd have to come back to you. So there's no opportunity here to do anything more than allow the Solomons, who've owned and paid taxes on this property for over 40 years, to ultimately market it as a building lot. In addition, we feel strongly that this is a good approach because the other option that does exist here would be to demolish the existing house, which is 1909. It's a charming old antique house, but build a larger, significantly larger two-family house. And although there are two-family houses in the neighborhood, the Solomons, having had this property for generations, would like to see the existing house at 52 maintained and develop a modestly sized home on 66. Gary went door to door relative to his neighbors with copies of the survey. It turns out that over 90% of them are renters. So he didn't get a lot of feedback, certainly no negative feedback. All the owners of record, of course, did receive written notice of the application. Everybody within 250 feet. To my knowledge, the zoning office has not received any response or inquiries, and Gary certainly has not either. So we do want you to know we didn't ignore neighborhood outreach. It's just in this particular neighborhood, everyone is pretty much absentee. But notice, in accordance with your regulations and the statute, was complied with. So, as to the variance that we seek, again, you got to look to 8-6. You have to determine that what we seek is not substantially in variance to the town comprehensive plan, and that there is unusual hardship, as the law recognizes it, to support the granting of the variance. As to the first point, as I said, all we want to do is build a single-family home here ultimately, and the Egan case says that if the use that you want to put, or you will put the property to after the variance is granted, is a permitted use in the zone, that satisfies the first part of the test. Secondly, whatever gets built there will have to comply with the zoning regulations in terms of its shape, character, size, so there won't be any adverse impact on the neighborhood, and we do think that is superior to the option of tearing down the existing house and building a rather large two-family house. The hardship is directly on point here because there is a case. A lawyer loves to say that. There is a case. And in this case, it's the Horowitz case, which I cite to you at page 4 of my material. In Horowitz, we had the same situation. A lot that was created by the filing of a recorded map on the land records, but not a subdivision map that was approved after zoning regulations were established in the town of Waterford, was thereby rendered not conforming as a building lot based upon the subsequent adoption of the zoning regulations. The Supreme Court found that it would be an unconstitutional taking to apply these regulations to the pre-existing lot in question, which had always been maintained as a family, by the families and the predecessors, as a buildable parcel. The court's decision was in keeping with a long string of cases which they cited to the effect that applying a zoning regulation to property to so severely amount to a practical confiscation establishes hardship for purposes of granting the variance. So the Archambault case, the Horowitz case speaks directly to the facts that we have here, and hardship was found based upon those facts. So in summary, the proposal will allow this family to ultimately utilize the property for the construction of a single-family home in compliance with the zoning regulations as it relates to whatever structure is ultimately built there. The request, we believe, in accordance with the Horowitz decision, satisfies the standards of 8-6, and the ultimate construction of a moderately sized single-family home we think is preferable to the construction of a two-family structure on merged lots. And the hardship exists based upon the Horowitz analysis because the lot has been maintained and taxed and otherwise treated for purposes of municipality regulations and this family's as ultimately a buildable lot. But to secure that right, we need your granting of the variance that we seek this afternoon. So be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
John, what's the number of the parcel next door that you mentioned was this?
The street number? Yeah, we're 66, and the adjacent parcel where the house is 52.
And that house is a three-family house?
Yes.
Nope, not for me, Joe does.
Go ahead, Jane, and then Joe.
My colleague, if I said 2009, I meant 1909.
That was one of my questions.
Yes, the map. Mr. Gumper, thank you very much. Yes, the map was recorded in 1909.
A couple times you said modestly sized house, but what's to prevent if the variance is granted,
Mhm.
the owners to sell it, we know who the next owner is and what they're gonna propose to put on the property?
Well, it'd have to comply with the regulations for coverage in FAR based upon a 5,000 square foot lot.
Right.
And if anybody wanted to do anything else, all roads lead to this board. So your security is the regulations.
We have one.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff?
You say that the parcel has been maintained as a separate tax entity for some period of time. Do you have anything from the assessor or from the
I submitted the assessor's map, which shows it as a separate parcel. And as far back as I was able to go, that was the case. The assessor's map that I submitted, Joe, was Exhibit C in my application. And the tax bill is Exhibit D.
I see, okay. I didn't scroll down that far.
That's okay. There's a lot of exhibits in there. Oh, and the other thing, can I just, not to interrupt, but seeing the assessor's map, I should have said, on the matter of the first part of the statutory test, when you look at the assessor's map, because this neighborhood was likely created by the 1909 map and similar maps around the same period, you'll see that 5,000 square foot lots are rather common, so that there won't be any inconsistency with 66 Churchill if you grant this variance as it relates to the pattern of development in the neighborhood, mainly because most of this neighborhood was developed in the early 1900s when these types of maps were filed.
And the 1986 deed just transferred ownership from one family member to another, is that?
Correct. It was all, right. But again, the state of the title is 652 is owned by Gary and his wife. 66 is owned by Gary and his brother. That's important because it's another indicia that they did want to maintain this as a separate lot.
And just to be from me, so you're asking us to take a parcel and approve it as a non-conforming lot, is that correct?
I'm asking you to take an existing parcel and approve it as a non-conforming building lot. Correct, for all the reasons that I said. But once that's done, to emphasize or underscore Ms. Nishball's comments, you got a 5,000 square foot lot, and you're going to have to comply with the coverage and FAR and setback requirements applicable to that 5,000 square foot lot based upon the current Residence B zone regulations.
So in your mind, how big of a house could be built there?
I'd have to do the math. What's that, 2,500?
2,500.
Yeah.
2,500 square foot home could be built on the lot.
50% of the lot size,
And how many stories could it be?
2.5.
So it could be a rentable property, multifamily.
No.
Oh, can only
It can be a
be,
multifamily.
Can only be from one
Single
family,
family.
because it's only got 5,000 square feet. To have a two-family, I got to have 9,000 square
unless
feet.
you came in for a variance.
Yeah, but
which,
then-
as James said, we have long.
I would say to anybody calling me, if you should be listening, good luck with that. You'll
Okay,
have
I
to
don't
find
have
another
any more
lawyer.
questions. Does anyone else have any more questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone here or online would like to speak in favor of this application? Does anyone here or online would like to speak against this application? Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to close this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Okay, we are going on to our last general docket, which is number 5. No worries. Number 5, 109 South Street, map 232, parcel 271, petition of Ian Overton and Laura Overton for a variance in the zoning regulations 5.2.5 to increase the total floor area from 40%, currently 39.65, and proposing 41. Permission to construct a dormer to the attic, premises A zone. Name and address, please? Oh,
Hi.
excuse me, please.
First of all, it was a little tough fact to follow because it's a little less formal. My name is Steve Beck. My clients Ian and Laura are out of town at the moment, so I'm here to
Please.
as information I submitted. My clients recently purchased this property, and Laura, being an artist, when she bought this place, wanted to use the upper level as her studio. Unfortunately, there's no windows and no natural air, and she envisioned having some natural sunlight come into this property. By doing so, we put 4 windows in the plan, and it increased the coverage of the parcel, but no bump out, no other space on the property is being done. It's just changing the roof line to make the dormers to allow light and fresh air into the place. And it's in the back rear of the home, because it's facing southeast, kind of some more lighting, with the window on the side again facing due south. So again, lets more light into the structure. So sound much easier than the last one. Okay, good.
Does anyone have any?
Madam Chairman.
Any questions?
Yes.
Go, Jane?
So on your application, you cite hardship as needing it for art studio.
Yes.
That's not a legal hardship. However, looking at your site plan, I noticed that the square on your lot is 65 when 75 is required. So I'm just looking at the square of your lot, so you have a smaller than required lot square on your lot. So would you consider that perhaps to be a hardship?
Yes,
Okay, so why don't you tell me about that?
I would consider that a hardship. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Does anyone else have any questions on this? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the room or online who'd like to speak in favor of this application? No? Is there anyone here or online who'd like to speak against this application? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now going to temporarily close the public hearing. We're going to vote on general docket, and then we're going to reopen the public hearing and discuss the continued items, okay? So I'm officially closing the public hearing. Okay, we don't need a break since we've only been here for 45 minutes. So we're going to start with item number 1242 Old Academy Road. They are looking for variances on their sideline and street setbacks. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Right, in a second.
Second.
Joe, okay, discussion.
It's a reasonable request. I think it's be a nice addition to the area.
Anyone else? I think we could maybe state the hardship for the record.
Wasn't it the position of the house on the property currently? It's already non-conforming, and they're really only changing one. There's there's 2 non-conforming, they're changing one. 3 non-conforming, they're changing one of them to make it a little more non-conforming, but it's very reasonable.
And I don't think it's causing a hardship to the next door neighbor.
Right. Right. So, okay. I think we're gonna vote.
Yes.
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 Joe?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that variance is granted. Okay, we're gonna move on to 264 Fairchild Avenue. They're looking to add a 1-story addition. They are asking for a variance for the street line setback. Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian, in a second.
Jane seconds.
Jane seconds, discussion.
I went over there to look at where it was sited, thinking perhaps it was blocking a view as you would turn that corner onto Dresden. Well, Dresden's a dead end, there's nothing down there now.
Yeah.
Except the entrance to the parking lot here, so it doesn't make any problems in terms of sightlines.
And I think it's a little bit back to what Katie he said, you know, the building's already there, so if they want to make it larger. But when I asked the question about would it need to be a condition, I don't want to make it a condition, I don't think that's necessary.
Not at all.
Necessary.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I think we can go to a vote. Katie?
Yes.
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that variance is granted. Next, number 3 is 31 Larva Road. They're looking to construct a rear one-story addition. They're looking of relief from the rear setback. Could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian, and a second?
Jane, second.
Jane. Okay, discussion.
I think the way they put it, well, first of all, their hardship is definitely some awkwardly drawn setbacks on the property. And I think what they've done has been not only respectful of that, without, you know, asking for too much, but I think it's gonna, I love saying it, a nice addition to the neighborhood. I think it's,
And their hardship would be? Lot shape?
Angle of the home.
angle of the home, yeah.
And again, you know, they also are still under coverage and under floor area.
Yeah.
They're not trying to overbuild.
Any other discussion? Let's vote. Katie?
Yes.
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that variance is granted. Okay, number 4, 66 Churchill Street, and basically they're asking us to take a parcel and allow it and approve it to be a lot, non-conforming. Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian and
Jane.
Jane seconds. Sorry, Jane. Okay, discussion.
So as it always has been, let it become. The family and the existing records have taken care to establish that this is a separate lot. And based on the map shown by council, it may not conform exactly with regulation, but it seems to conform quite perfectly with the neighborhood. I also have to respect that they want to build a single-family home on the parcel that will, again, fit with the neighborhood.
Well, we don't know what will happen because they could sell the property as soon as they get the
They
lot.
can sell it to anybody, but if they don't build something that's conforming, they're gonna have to come before us. So we have some relative control over what happens.
Correct.
Well, okay, I just think, you know, I don't want to be a broken record, but what's the hardship?
The lot doesn't conform as a building lot in the zone.
The hardship is the lot doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
I think it's the hardship
As a
is
building
The
that.
lot doesn't exist.
It doesn't
But
exist.
they've been, if we're to look at the tax records and the tax bill, they've been paying taxes on this as a separate building lot.
But as a parcel, not as a lot.
Well, I mean, it says it's a residential, I don't know what, I'm not sure what the code
It-
is.
it-
Matt, could you clarify for us,
RES.
please, the difference between a parcel and a lot in terms of zoning?
There isn't one.
Okay,
It's one and the same.
one and the same.
It's just a matter of what you're stating. The hardship would be that it's pre-existing non-conforming based on the lot size or the zone that it's in. If it was in a C zone, it'd be compliant, 5,000 square feet. But this is residential B zone, so it's part of 6.
But I think you can also talk hardship where if we don't approve this, it becomes basically nothing. Their land becomes invalid.
It's a net loss.
Right. Because it doesn't matter.
They've been paying taxes on for.
That's not in
Well,
our jurisdiction.
it would have if it were the same owners, then it could be argued that it was really not a separate lot. But it is a separate lot because it has a history of different ownership.
Right,
And
but even
and
we're-
it is taxed as a separate parcel. The only thing that we are doing is saying that it is eligible to be a building lot.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's what we're doing, and I don't know that there's any disagreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just sometimes want us to be clear on why we're approving things. Okay, so are we ready to vote? Okay, Katie?
Yes, right.
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, on to our last general docket, which is number 5, which is 109 South Street. He's looking to put in a dormer, and he's looking for a floor area variance. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian, and a second. Second, Katie. Okay, discussion.
It certainly has a hardship because the square on the lot is smaller than.
That's it.
He stated it very eloquently.
Yeah, I'm lucky he found that. Because I think just asking permission because an artist wants more light wouldn't really be something that we could do. So
It's
Jane.
also very unobtrusive. I mean,
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
a
it's-
lot.
Yes. Okay, any more discussion? Okay, we're gonna vote. Katie?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. That variance has been approved. I think we're gonna take, before I reopen the public hearing, we're gonna just take 5 minutes, okay? Okay, we are going to continue the zoning board of appeals public meeting of September 4th, 2025. So the first item on our continued docket is number 1. 631 Reed Street, map 125, parcel 243 JJ. Petition of JS Fairfield LLC for a variance to the zoning regulations section 5.2.4 to reduce the sum of two sideline setbacks from 25 feet, currently 20.7, proposing 20.7. Permission to remove the existing dwelling to the foundation and construct a new 2.5-story build dwelling, premises A zone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Kevin Gumper of the firm of Hollihan, Gumper and Dowling here in Fairfield, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant JS Fairfield LLC, the principal of which is, one principal of which is Scott Molnar, who is a repeat customer here. He's been here a number of times. I have a packet for.
I don't need one, thank you.
I thought this would be a fairly straightforward application, and I know there's been considerable controversy about it, so I'm going to go through it a little bit in more detail than perhaps it might ordinarily require. This application is to basically take down an existing house to its foundation and rebuild a new house on exactly the same foundation. The existing house is actually too close to the sideline, and the new house will go straight up, go no closer to the sideline, and that is all that we're trying to do here. A little bit of history might help out a little bit here. This house was built in 1963. It's part of a pretty darn large subdivision, which has at least 35 houses in it, which is why when it broke down into the letters, you got up to JJ rather than just up to Lot Z, all right? And, excuse me for just a moment. So, as you can see in the packet I gave you, I'll just go through it briefly. There is a petition that was signed in favor of this by a few neighbors. And I know there's another petition signed by many more neighbors against it. The next thing I have is a picture of the existing house, so you can see what it looks like. And then the next picture is a house recently built by the same builder. What he's proposing to do here is essentially the same thing, although it's a bit smaller, but you get an idea of what this house will be like. It'll only have a one-car garage, so it will be that much smaller. And then the next item I have for you is just an excerpt from this map here, just highlighting in yellow, the setbacks, which is 9.8 feet on the easterly side and 10.9 feet on the westerly side. Those are the existing setbacks, and that is the setback that is proposed for this matter, for the new house. The next is an excerpt from the zoning grid, in which I've highlighted a number of things showing that this house that is proposed is actually, although the neighbors think it's huge, is actually smaller than what could be built here. And will be, in fact, reducing the lot coverage slightly and is still not close to the maximum floor area that we could have in this house. And finally, and most important, the last item on the agenda is in the packet, is a copy of the notice of filing from a variance that was granted in just 31 years ago, almost today. It's in volume 1422, page 112. The then owner, Joan Murchie, applied to this board for the very same variance that we're applying for today. And it's a variance, you can see it's a variance of section 5.2.4 of the zoning regulations to reduce the sum of the side setbacks from 25 feet to 20.4 feet. It's not exactly the same because we're only trying to reduce it to 20.7 feet. So we're actually 3.5 inches less than what this variance would have allowed us to do. As you are aware, in the A zone, there's two different setback requirements. First, two different side setback requirements. The first is each side has to be at least 7 feet from the neighboring line. This complies with that completely. Second is a sum of the setbacks rule, which means that you have to add the two side setbacks together. And for a one-story house, the sum of the setbacks must be at least 20 feet. This complies with that number. It's like 20.7 feet. But if there's more than one story, then the sum of the side setbacks has to be 25 feet, which this does not comply with. And this house was built in 1963, and I do not know how or why the house was built without a variance in 1963, because it was the same requirement at that time. Apparently, the zoning commission or the zoning officers had a different interpretation of what is a more than one-story house. The existing house is a split level, and by 1994, they were considering it a more than a one-story house. So therefore, in order to put an addition that went straight out the back, the then owner, Mrs. Murchie, was required to come in for a variance, and she got a variance which would allow a reduction of the sum of the setbacks to 20.4 feet. As you know, a variance runs with the land. So once it's granted, it's granted. And it's very, very questionable whether we actually even need a variance because one's already been granted for just what we're asking for. Nevertheless, the zoning office takes a different view, thinking that if you're going to build something different than was given, if you're building something different than what was intended when you got the original variance, then you have to come back. This is a thing we decided, well, we'll come for the variance rather than try to fight that out in court and get a decision 2 years from now. So that's what we are asking for. We do have a couple of things I wanted to comment on. First, the house. The neighbors are upset about, or according to the petition, they're upset about the size of the house. As mentioned, the house is actually slightly smaller than what can be built in the A zone. The neighbors were concerned about there being 6 bedrooms in the house. Zoning regulations don't regulate bedrooms. They regulate the size of the house, and we want to put 19 bedrooms in the house, and it meets the size requirement. There's nothing to be done about it. That's just not anything that's before you or is pertinent to our zoning. I do note one comment on the opposition statement. The last thing stated here was that the proposed design for which JS Fairfield LLC is seeking a variance would be a welcome addition to Fairfield. However, the scale of the project is too big. Well, no, it's not too big. That's what's allowed in the A zone. The only thing we're asking about is to get a continuation, basically, of the existing variance, so we can build up and build a house on the existing foundation. I have a bit of a hardship here in that, number one, if we don't use the same foundation, it's kind of wasteful, it'll be tearing things up, and it's unnecessary, I think, expenditure of money. More important, when the current owner bought this lot, there was recorded on the land records a variance which said you could go to 20.7 feet, 20.4 feet was allowable as the sum of the setbacks. They relied on that. Only when they went in to get the building permit, or actually their certificate of zoning approval, much to their surprise, did they learn that the zoning office takes a different position in that does not, that old variance doesn't apply. I don't think that that's correct, but nevertheless, as stated, we are seeking the relief of a new variance which will clarify the issue and remove all doubt. And I know there's going to be some opposition, and I'm more than happy to stand up here and have bricks thrown at me.
Okay, well, first we'll have questions from
Sure.
the board. Matt, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you tell me why zoning office does not agree that that variance follows?
Because the plan that was submitted for the variance back in 83, I think it was, or 82, was for a one-story addition. And what they're proposing today is a second floor with an attic above. So it'd be an expansion of the permission that was granted back in the 80s. And that, based on how I do our measurements from first floor and second floor, would be an expansion of the second floor that was already existing, but it was on the other side of the house.
And I understand that you disagree with that position.
I disagree with that position, but.
I just wanted to hear your thoughts
yeah.
on that. Okay, I'm sorry. Questions from the board? Anyone have a question? Brian?
So I'm just clarifying. The 20.7 feet, the existing variance is 20.4 feet, correct?
Correct.
So the difference of 0.3 of a foot is what effectively at issue based on where the measurements came from?
No,
He's saying,
no.
he's saying it's a different use.
I just want him to answer my question
Okay.
and
20.7 is actually, it comes in 3.5 inches.
comes in 3.5 inches.
What they're proposing is another floor on top of what was originally approved.
Right.
And if that were before the board, back when the variance was originally granted, then I would have accepted the permit as a renovation based on what was already approved. But because it was an addition to the first floor and then an expansion of a deck in the back, that was, the expansion that they're proposing today is greater than what was originally approved.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I got that straight in my head.
Yeah. And that's for every parcel in town.
Yep.
If somebody has a variance and they come before this board for something else that was already granted for a specific size or setback, if it's an expansion of that original approval, they would have to come back before the board.
Okay.
And just one more question to you on that subject. When variances are filed that go with the property, are they specific to the use it was given?
Variances run with the land.
But the variance that was approved would be what we're reading right here.
Yeah.
Specifically what it was for.
That is really unexplored territory.
Okay.
The general rule is that a zoning regulation is a law. And when you get a variance, the law is varied. And it's not like you can really, whether you can put conditions on it, who knows? But it does not say here in the variance, conditioned upon you're only building this. All it says in the land records is that it's, now you've got a variance that allows you to go with a setback of 20.4 feet. And to make sure, Mr. Avalon, you understand that what we're actually seeking is less of a variance than what.
Amelioration of.
Yeah, and it's, I think what probably happened was it was either measured wrong in 1994, or they just built the house a few inches inside so as to avoid any issues with overhang that sometimes happens.
Joe, I think you were next.
So they're taking the house down to the existing foundation.
Actually, taking it down to the existing deck, maybe that's a better way to put it.
So the framing of the first floor will remain? Is that what you're saying?
No, the framing of the first floor will not remain.
Okay.
This is an issue that comes up when rehabbing older houses. The studs
Yes.
are not wide enough to meet the insulation that's required now in a house. And there's two ways to do it. You can put a little expanding strips on each stud, or you can tear the studs down and put in ones that do comply and allow the 9 inches. And that is what they're doing. So they'll have the deck, but the walls and everything will be all new.
When you say the deck, you're referring to the framed wood above the foundation? That is the floor?
Exactly, right. And it's hard to explain in a split level what the deck is. That's why I'm using what the floor is, if you catch my drift.
Go ahead, Jane. Oh, sorry, Joe.
Sorry. Did anyone look to see what the financial impact of making the foundation and the existing first floor deck conforming? You said it would, the cost of adjusting the foundation would be,
I understand. I do not have a number for you.
So I want to,
Hold on, I think Jane was next.
oh, sorry.
I'm looking at the section drawing of the house.
Yes.
And I'm counting stories. And you know what the definition of a story is.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the full basement, and I don't see any indication of what the average grade is on the site plan, so I can't determine whether that full basement is a story or not.
It is,
It's not shown.
it's not shown, but it is apparently not a story, otherwise we would have been requesting or would have changed the plans around. I mean, it was done, engineered, and there is an elevation, I think it's the ground, it shows, I think, in the corner.
So the first floor above that basement space is the existing floor level. It's going to be unchanged. That's part of that first floor.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
Because I drove past there, it doesn't look like this drawing. There seems to be a lot more window above grade than what this drawing shows. And until the survey tells me what average grade is and what the elevation of that first floor is, I can't verify that's a story or not a story. Similarly with the attic, there's no dimension
Right,
in the attic.
right.
So I don't know if it's 7 feet or more or less. So I don't know if that's a story or not.
When they put the plans in for the building permit, that will be addressed.
But we need to know now.
With all respect, I don't think you do. I think if you agree that we're not asking for a variance of the height, not a variance of anything except the side.
You're saying this is a 2.5-story
Well, it
house.
is.
I
That's-
don't know that it is. That's why I'm saying
Can
that.
we, I have a question, can we ask Matt that question now?
He does, nope, the
They have
information's
to,
not
they have,
there.
there's, but they don't have to put it there. They're stipulating that that's what they're gonna build.
He does have the average grade on here.
Okay, but we don't know the height of the ceiling in that
No.
basement.
Can
But
I
we-
interject for a second?
Yes, please, Matt.
All right, so I run into this frequently.
Yep.
Basements never count towards your floor area, but they can't count as a story if the distance between the average grade and the underside of the first floor exceed 5 feet. And as Attorney Cumper says, that's not a variance that they're asking for. That would be determined under the plan review when they submit their plans. And I can tell you that on a number of occasions, not just with this gentleman, but with other people, we've found that to be in violation, of which they would have to make the corrections on the plans before we issue the permit. So the regulations are 2.5 stories, and we verify a number of different things when plans come before us to do so. I understand your concern about the plan not being definitive. That would have to, a lot of times, the plans that come before us aren't always definitive. But when we pull their permit, it would have to be 100% definitive for all aspects, not just for zoning, but for engineering, for building, for sewer and health.
They're not changing anything, so there is a basement floor, there is a first floor.
Right.
It's
So
simple. Someone could measure that today.
what can happen, though, is that I would have the attic drop down, so the overall height would have to come down some.
Right.
And the space upstairs, so the section that you're looking at, I can certainly look at this right now, just by the view that I see on the plan, that it potentially could be an issue on that attic area, or that half-story area, where it would become a full story, in which case then they have to go back to the drawing board and change how they designed it so it is a half-story. So
And
now
then
I've got,
Back to us?
they won't have to, because they're gonna make it smaller. They wouldn't make it any bigger than what the plan would be. At the very least, this plan would get smaller if it doesn't comply to our story and height requirements.
If they're going to keep the first floor where it is, and they're going to keep the basement where it is, that's a known fact, so that could be measured.
But it's not our
That's not what
purview.
they're asking us
It's
for.
not what they're asking us for, it's not our purview, it's not our problem,
Well, they're asking for 2.5 stories.
which they'll get. It's exactly what they'll get if they get the permit. And I just have one other question. If in the possibility, in the realm of the world, that we were to deny this application,
Yes.
if you were to raise the house, fill the foundation, start anew with a blank piece of land, you could effectively take your plan, move it 1.5 inches in one direction or another, and build what you're looking for with approval.
No, it's.
With the variance.
No, it's like, we'd have to go,
What do you need?
it's like 4.5 feet.
4.5 feet.
So you're,
Okay.
so we'd have to shrink the house quite a bit, or put a different house in there. But it could be done, anything, with time and money, anything can be done, but that's,
Jane, do you have another question?
I just think what you're suggesting is you're creating your own obstacles. You have abilities to use the existing foundation to build a house that is one story. Choose not to.
right, but he don't want to build a one-story house, he wants to build a two-story, 2.5-story house.
And what would you say your hardship is for that?
So I would say that
You guys.
his position, market forces say that what people want in Fairfield are 2.5-story houses, and that's what's being sold, and that is, he's built several of them, they sell very quickly. I see around my street, they just sold 10 of them, they're all brand new, and that's what people want, big
We
houses.
don't make decisions based on economics.
I mean,
Well,
as an
I mean,
attorney.
that's why you asked
can
me the question.
Can you tell us, like, what is the hardship? Like, why should this board grant this?
You should grant this because, number one, the land records show that there is a variance for exactly what we're seeking. If you went and looked at the land records, you would see that what we were asking for is allowed.
Okay.
That would, and now suddenly we're being told it's not allowed. And that is, you made a decision to buy the house based on one set of circumstances, and now you're finding something that's not on the land record, not on the public record, that you can't use it for the same purpose that you thought you were going to use it for.
Do you have a copy of that land record for us?
It's in here.
And does that land record not, no, I have this one, but he's saying there's one that doesn't talk to the detail. Like, is there? 'cause
No,
this-
that's
This is what you
what's
have.
there, yeah.
Which to the zoning enforcement officers is, he says that it also states exactly what they're gonna do.
Uh-huh.
But do you have anything that just has the variance without
No,
details?
no, that's,
Okay,
that's
okay.
it.
Does anyone else have any questions of the applicant?
I may, give me a second here. I'm walking through some thoughts.
So I'm looking at also just confirming that the setback is not changing.
Not changing it at all. It'll be just going straight up.
Okay,
Why aren't you here appealing a decision of the zoning enforcement officer not to give you a zoning compliance certificate? As opposed to applying for a variance which now takes that issue off the table, even though you're arguing that it's gray. It would seem to me that the zoning enforcement officer and you disagree as to what the land records say at this point, and that would be a more appropriate application to appeal that than to come through with a variance which essentially sustains what the zoning enforcement officer has said.
We thought about it, decided it's probably faster and simpler to go through here based on past experience with trying to overturn a decision by the zoning enforcement officer.
Which would require,
What's that?
which would most likely require court time?
Exactly, right. We don't want to spend 2 years doing it, and then we might lose. Matt may very well be absolutely right, but nevertheless, based on what the land record said, we had a variance on this property, which would allow what we want to do.
Okay, is there any more questions from the board?
Just confirming, it looks to me, because there is one thing on the survey that is not accurate, which I thought would be a hardship for you, but it's not. But it appears to me that you are still building a home that is smaller by about 10% than it could be. Because it looks to me like you're under your coverage by 1% and they're under their total floor area by 10%. So he could be building a bigger house.
Definitely
Is that
could be
correct?
he could definitely be building a bigger house.
So
The
he could-
percentages, I'm not sure you're accurate on that, but definitely it could be bigger. It could be
Building 40% and he's building 30.3.
right.
So that's significantly smaller
It
than could
is.
be built.
Right, but there's also then the first floor, coverage gets in there as well. He could also go 4 feet higher than he's going, which, as you know, means 8 feet.
So if this was denied, he could just say, fine, I'm gonna go build exactly the biggest house I can build on this property.
You got it. It's,
It's a lot bigger.
yes.
Okay, any more questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you. We are now going to ask the public to come forward if they'd like to speak in favor of this application, either here or online. Okay, seeing none, we are now going to those who wish to speak against this application. We're going to start with the room, and if we have any online, we'll go to them after. So if you'd like to speak against this app, we'd like you to come up. Once you hand, first, all originals go to the clerk. Do you have an original? Okay, that just goes.
I emailed one earlier.
Yeah, I think we have this. And then if you could just get to the podium when you're done and name and address.
All right, thank you. My name is John Denton. I live at 102 Pepperidge Circle, which is the property directly behind 631 Reed. So my back property line borders the back property line of 631 Reed. I am opposed to this proposal in the way that it is stated. I do not support a 2.5-story dwelling at this location. I feel that it does not fit with the existing feel and look of the neighborhood, especially the size of the property being, the size of that house in that particular property. I have significant concerns about the direct impact it will have on me and my entire family's privacy and enjoyment of our backyard. With this proposed height, looking down directly into our yard and our pool area will be not ideal. In addition to my concern and the concern that you will hear from other neighbors that are here in person, I've emailed Matt earlier today, and I have also just handed you guys a petition signed by 29 of the households within the Pepperidge Circle and Reed Street circle that's approximately within that 250-foot radius of the property in question. That is a significant number of houses within that area. And like I said, I've emailed that earlier. I think just one other point that I wanted to make, I forget the gentleman's name, but he mentioned that there was a petition that was signed by people supporting it. I haven't been privy to that information, but I would be interested to see it, as I've had indications from neighbors within there that they were asked to sign something acknowledging that they were made aware of this project, not necessarily signing that they are supportive. So I would just be curious on how that played out, but just a point to put out there as well. So I appreciate your guys' time in hearing me out, and I ask that you consider these when making your decision.
Thank you. Would you like to hear everyone?
Yes.
And then you'll come up?
Yes, I
and-
think that would
okay.
be simplest.
So is there anyone else? Thank you. Yes, we have this actually. It's online. Matt, correct?
Yep, we have.
We have all.
I'll send you a copy of it.
Yep.
I read it.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Ackley of 111 Pepperidge Circle. I'm here with my husband Parker Ackley, also of 111 Pepperidge Circle. And Parker will be reading our opposition to this variant. He will read portions of statements that the applicant made, and I will read our objections.
The applicant, J.S. Fairfield LLC, states that on September 1st, 1994, this board granted the previous owner the same variance which the applicant is requesting in order to extend her family room and deck.
This is a false statement. The 1994 variance, which the applicant is referring to, was for a variance to exceed the 20% building lot coverage, statute 5.2.5 to 22.1% by extending the house towards the rear of the lot, not for sideline setbacks. The house as it exists today still retains the original 20.7-foot sum of sides, which is in compliance to the zoning requirements for a one-story house in the A zone.
The applicant states that the house is in poor condition and requires extensive repairs and updating.
While the house was in need of painting and new roofing at the time of sale, after the purchase of the home for $400,000 on February 2nd, 2024, the house was then gutted on the inside and the cedar shingles and trim were removed on the outside, making the house no longer weatherproof. The house has been left in that condition, exposed to the elements, for more than a year. This exposure contributed greatly to its present state of decay. Adding to this eyesore, overflowing dumpsters were nearly continuously parked outside, and one still remains there. Additionally, 3 chimneys that were part of the house were demolished with the bricks and liner strewn across the front and side yards and remain there today.
The applicant further states, this style of house is not conducive to modern lifestyles and does not appeal to current home buyers.
Another false statement. A split-level home in the same neighborhood recently was listed at $630,000. The house was on the market for just 2 days and had 9 offers and closed at $680,000, $50,000 over the asking price. These split-level homes are considered hot property by realtors, sought by young families and those looking to downsize. According to Zillow.com, recent sale of houses in the area under $1 million averaged 23.5 days on the market. Clearly, there is appeal to current home buyers in this price range. To suit a modern lifestyle, these houses typically undergo a relatively low-cost conversion to an open floor plan, a rear bump out as an expanded kitchen and/or additional bedroom, and sometimes an added bathroom on the main level. These changes are made possible because of their truss roof design. These homes are ideals for families just starting out and for seniors who now want to downsize after raising their children but wish to remain in the area. Many of these homeowners have lived in these 3-bedroom split-level homes for 30 years or more, as the houses are affordable, easy to maintain, and within walking distance to schools, stores, and restaurants.
The applicant is proposing to take the existing house down to deck level and then rebuild it, adding a second floor and attic. The rebuilding of this existing house is a practical necessity as existing wall studs will not support the proposed second floor, attic, and new roof treatments. The hardship is due to existing location of the house on the lot. Strict compliance with the letter of the regulations would require the removal of a portion of the house which would be wasteful and impractical.
Substantially identical houses have existed in the immediate area with the 20-foot sum of sideline restriction for 60 years without hardship as single-story homes. Many have already been made larger and modernized, and as stated earlier, are in hot demand in today's real estate market. The only hardship is the applicant trying to shoehorn an oversized 6-bedroom house where the building lot was designed for a 3-bedroom house. His argument that removal of a portion of the house is wasteful is moot, because it appears that has been the plan all along, as evidence that the house was gutted a full year before the variance application was initiated.
The applicant points out a zoning board of appeals may grant a variance if adherence to the strict letter of zoning ordinance will cause an unusual hardship. The applicant has demonstrated that adherence to the strict letter of zoning ordinance would require unusual hardship.
It should be noted that the...
Sorry, can I interrupt you? It's because we have this and we've all read this and
Okay.
it is online and it's in the record. I'm not trying to say this isn't important and we have all read it, but there's really no reason to read it out loud. It doesn't change anything. If there was anything in here that you think really important that we hear that hasn't already been said in the room, please do so.
Just for the applicant's comments or for our rebuttals?
Well, we've read your rebuttals because this is online. So, but maybe you could just talk off the cuff for a second and just tell us why it's so important for you that this is not approved. If you feel comfortable doing that, if you don't, please don't.
We were prepared to...
Yeah, we're not comfortable here at all, but.
We have read it and, you know, we've all read it. So it's just a lot to read out loud if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
we recognize that and we appreciate that. I guess what the primary rebuttal would be, or feelings on it, is that there was a perfectly good 1.5-story house, which has been there for 60 years, fits in with the neighborhood, and a extremely large 2.5-story house would be completely out of character with the neighborhood. And the photographs, I think, will, illustrate that pretty well.
Yeah.
And the variance which is being sought, I think is being disguised in that they're saying it fits within the setback. In reality, they're looking to go to 2.5 stories, which would require a 25-foot side-to-side variance.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you giving us that statement.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your hard work on this. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? Great. And, name and address and, if you could just say, I agree, I don't agree.
Well, I'll make it real quick. It's John Crowe, 617 Reed Street. I don't live there anymore. My mom's been there for 57 years, so I know the way that neighborhood was. And Brian, you brought up a point. Is this thing conforming to the neighborhood, to some other house? Anyone that has seen that neighborhood can't look at what they're looking to build and say this is conforming to that neighborhood. It's not. And then when we can't even figure out how high that attic is gonna be, that just makes it even worse. My mother to look out her bedroom and to see a side of a house after for 57 years, all she saw was 30 other houses like ours. Now, I'm not saying not to build something here. That place was a pigsty when she lived there, I'm being quite honest. Okay, that's why it has to be torn down to the foundation. I know her, okay? But my point is, there's something we didn't bring up either. The backyard, John, close to you, there's an in-ground pool there. She hadn't opened that thing in 30 years. Now, God knows what's inside that thing. All I know is my mom's been there 57 years. We've never had anything, mice, nothing like that. We found a couple of mice in our room. So you know what's going on there over the last 2 years. Matt, I know I've talked to you about trying to go after her for blight when she was living. Now it's just getting ridiculous. So I'm just hoping that we can get an answer on the attic how many more feet that's going to be, with the understanding to what Brian said earlier, is this conforming to the neighborhood? Because it's not. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? Okay. You can, if you, sorry, I heard you. If you just want to come up and say, I'm against this project, here's my name and address, you're welcome to do that.
My name is Hildegard Noonan. I've been there for close to 4 years. This is definitely not conforming to the neighborhood. It's a modest little neighborhood, but as you can see with some of the people here, they've been here for, people leave feet first. I mean, they've just been here forever and they care about the neighborhood. And I just don't see how a 6-bedroom house conforms to the neighborhood. It just doesn't fit in. So that's all that I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the room? If not, we're going to go online. Is there anyone online who'd like to speak in opposition to this project?
Yes, there's one.
Is it Evan, John?
John. I've got to,
John, we're going to unmute you.
Hi there, John Spillane, 636 Reed Street. My house is directly opposite from 631. Past 2 years, I've been staring at a house that has been slowly disassembled and is currently just being left to rot. Having seen the designs, this definitely does not fit the character of the neighborhood. And based on comments of council earlier today, it seems like they have no regard for that aspect of things. They don't seem to care how this house is going to change the character of the neighborhood or how it's going to impact the neighbors. They're not living here. It doesn't seem like it's their issue. In addition, as Mr. Den had mentioned before, when I was approached to sign a survey in support of this, I was not told that it was a survey in support of this. I was told it was a petition to just notify us that this issue was being brought before the zoning board. I would be curious as to those who signed on a statement of support, whether or not they were also aware that they were signing on to approve as well. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anyone else online? No?
No.
Okay, so we are going to, and there's no one else here who wants to speak. So Attorney Gumper is going to speak only to the comments that were made in the room by the people in opposition. Okay.
I think primarily the comments were about the character of the neighborhood and the size of the house. As I stated in my presentation, the zone allows a 2.5-story house. This is an A zone. The house that's proposed is actually a little bit smaller than what's allowed in the zone. And Reed Street seems to have been developed in 2 sections. As you drive down, the right-hand side, which I believe is the southerly side of Reed Street, is mostly split levels. But on the left-hand side, it's mostly colonials. And most of them were built, the split levels were built in the early 60s, the colonials in around 1970. They're all getting older. They probably are all ripe for change, which is neither here nor there. But what the applicant's proposing to do with respect to the size of the house and the number of bedrooms or the number of stories is all completely within the bounds of the regulations. And the other comments, although I can understand the people's feelings, having sat here during the development of the Fairfield Beach area, I know many, many people would come in constantly saying that the new houses were not in accord with the other houses that are on the street, or and of course, when they moved out, their kids sold the house and built the houses to match, and now Fairfield Beach is all, I'm talking like Lower Roland Road, Lowry, Puritan, and those streets. And unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, that's probably going to happen, but that's has nothing to do with what's before the commission today. All the board is being asked to do is decide whether we can go straight up or not go straight up. And that is the decision for you to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just make a comment about that?
No,
Please, it's super important.
I can't. I'm sorry, but we have to follow,
Extremely disingenuous about the
we
signatures.
have to
the
follow
other-
guidelines. Okay, so, that being said, we are going to close the public hearing on,
May I have one thing?
I'm sorry.
I have trouble walking.
No, I know, but we already did it like 3 times I asked. I'm very sorry, but we can't do that. Okay, so we're gonna close the public hearing on this application. Okay, we are gonna go on to our next continued docket. We're going to continue docket 15, which is 166 Pine Creek Avenue, map 238, parcel 35. Petition, okay, thank you. If you, yes, please. I'm sure it's been a long time sitting. If you'd like to go, we'll wait.
I'm able to sign.
Good to see you. Thanks.
No, don't be sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to just start again. Continue docket number 15, 166 Pine Creek Avenue, map 238, parcel 35. Petition of Claire Coslick and Mark Kemeny of 165 Pine Creek Avenue to reverse or modify a decision of the zoning officer, zoning administrator, premises to be zoned. From what I understand, we're first going to hear from you of whether this application should be heard by the board. You're representing, you're the applicant.
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to explain to us why you're not too late, basically.
Exactly.
Statute, okay? Everyone clear on what we're listening to? Okay, please, name and address.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and the members of the board and all present. My name is Rob Bolito. I am an attorney with Willinger, and Busey. Our office is located at 1000 Bridgeport Avenue, Suite 501 in Shelton, Connecticut. I represent the applicants Claire Coslick and Mark Kemeny, who reside on 165 Pine Creek Avenue. Now, the reason why this is properly before you is that the decision of the zoning officer was noticed on May 8th, 2025. It was published in the Connecticut Post. My clients submitted their application to modify or reverse the decision of the ZEO on June 6th, within the 30-day timeframe that is provided by statute, Connecticut General Statute, Section 8-7. That is why it is properly before you.
Now, yes, please, I don't really know how to do this. You want to get up? but
May I
you-
make a suggestion?
Yes.
I apologize. but
Suggestions
typically-
are great.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for the record, Kevin Crusade, my office is at 243 Broad Street in Milford. I'm here with the Coiners. So typically, I don't like to bring up jurisdictional issues or interrupt counsel at the beginning of the presentation. However, in this case, I wanted to point out that I respectfully disagree with that position that was just stated for the following reasons. I have the original affidavit of publication. So Mr. Decker did issue the permit on May 6th. He issued the permit on May 6th.
But on May 8th, it was in the paper.
And so once I got notice of that, the quickest I could publish it was May 8th, and it was published in the, looks like, I believe it's Connecticut Post. Connecticut Post, May 8th, 2025. And it stated and you have copies of it in the record, but I'll give the original to the clerk in a moment, just so it's for the record. It basically says that pursuant to the statute, notice is hereby given that on May 6, 2025, the zoning official approved this permit to construct a second-story addition and related work at the addresses that are subject to this appeal. An aggrieved person may appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals in accordance with the provisions of Section 8-7 of the Connecticut General Statutes. And so the 8-7 of the Connecticut General Statutes, if the town doesn't have its own independent appeal period of a zoning enforcement officer decision, some towns it's 15 days, or some towns it's not stated. If it's not stated, it's 30 days from the issuance of the permit. So I'm sorry, I'm getting background noise over here. So that is correct. It's from General Statutes 8-7, it's 30 days from the issuance of the permit. And there's a case that I also submitted, and I also have a copy of it. It's Bosley or Bosley, whatever the pronunciation is, versus Zoning Board of Appeals of City of New Haven. And that clearly states that it's a mandatory 30-day appeal period. So I didn't have to publish notice in the newspaper. I did publish notice in the newspaper because that's kind of my practice, especially when I know that there might be neighbors objecting, so that the appeal period starts and everyone knows when the appeal period starts. So my notice, it doesn't start from the date of notice. It starts from the date that the zoning permit was issued. And that's what this case says. So that's our argument so I don't think this.
You don't think this application should be heard because it wasn't sent in the 30 days? Okay. Now, I think if you're okay, I'd like to go back to you to
Please.
tell me why you disagree with that.
So the Connecticut Supreme Court says otherwise. 30 days, as set forth in 8.7, the appeal period commences upon the earliest of the following: upon receipt of the order, requirement of decision, upon the publication of a notice in accordance with subsection F of section 8-3, or upon actual or constructive notice. Now, the Connecticut Supreme Court, in the case of Monroe versus Board of Appeals of Brantford, it is a 2002 decision, was asked this very specific issue about when does the appeal period commence? Is it upon the issuance of the decision, or is it upon notice of the decision? And the Connecticut Supreme Court in Monroe said very clearly, it is upon notice. Now, my clients did not receive any actual notice of this decision. It was published in the newspaper on May 8th. That is the date that the appeal period commences by statute. They filed their application on June 6th, which is within the 30-day period. They have complied with the statute, and they are properly before you today.
Could you comment to that?
I do have one comment, yes. Again, for the record, Kevin Kersaden. So I believe the case that's being referenced is a decision based on a Zoning Board of Appeals decision. And so that statute is a different statute. That's the appeal statute to the Superior Court, which I believe is statute 8-8. That case law states that it's 15 days from the date of publication of the decision. In that type of case, appealing it to the Superior Court. This is an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals of a zoning enforcement officer's decision, and therefore 8-7 and the case that I supplied to you applies, and there's no, because it was filed beyond the 30-day date, this board doesn't have jurisdiction to hear this appeal.
Again, I know you're not the United States Supreme Court, you're the Board of Appeals, so I will just make this short and sweet. That's not what the case says. I'll quote it. Did the appellate court properly conclude that the 30-day period for appeal to a zoning board of appeals under General Statutes 8-7 was from the date of the zoning officer's action and not from the date of notice of that action? That is the specific question they were asked, and the Connecticut Supreme Court said it is upon notice. That is why my client's application is timely filed and properly before you.
You just disagree with that?
Yeah, we've stated our position.
All right, does anyone Okay, thank you. I think there are other people here that may have some questions, and I think we can ask questions through Mr. Decker also now, if we had any. But if this is a legal issue, so anyone here a lawyer? Not me. So here's what has to happen. We now have to vote and have a supermajority. If we have more questions, we can, but right now, we have to vote on whether we think, we believe, or we will hear this application. So if we do not think this application was timely, then we have to vote no, we will not hear this application. But if we think it was timely and they met the 30-day requirement, then we have to vote yes. So it's not a matter of do we want to hear it, because it would be better to hear it. It's a matter of the law. So one attorney is saying that the law said it's notice in the paper, and the other is issuing the permit, and the other is saying it's notice. So any more discussion? Can we call a friend?
Can we call Attorney Chris?
Town Attorney Piers, I'm sorry, has sent an email to Mr. Decker and myself, and I believe Attorney Kasadian, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, where we were originally taken off the agenda, and then we were put back on the agenda after a consultation with town council,
Well,
so.
you were put back on the agenda for this discussion.
Right.
Mr. Piers, Attorney Piers, did not agree with your position. He just said it should be heard here, and we need to decide whether this application is heard by us. So, Joe, you have to have questions about
I
this.
am full of questions.
So wait, before, just
Yes.
point of order of operations. Do we need to make the motion, then have the discussion, then have the vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
So right
that's
now
what
we're
I'm
still
saying.
in
So we need,
discussion. We're
well,
still-
we have to make the motion before we have the discussion, don't we?
No,
In
we're
order-
hearing an application, right?
No, but we
Matt.
still have to,
You have to make a motion to discuss.
Okay, so, all right, well.
Just like we do with
so
any
once
of the
we-
other-
but
Decide to vote on it.
Then can we still ask questions?
That's part of the discussion.
Okay. So, but I think Joe has questions still of the attorney. Are we
Yeah.
ready then to have a
That's the
motion?
attorney questions, yeah.
Then we'll have a motion to discuss internally with our,
That would be at that point, Brian, yeah, that's correct.
anyone, any lawyers
Open
here
right now to
through
the
that process? Okay, Joe, please.
asking questions.
The Supreme Court case that you were citing, what is that?
Certainly, it is Monroe.
Just need the citation.
Yeah, absolutely. The citation is 261 Con 263, also 802 Atlantic 2nd 55.
Okay, so I have a copy of the statute here, and that reference is, appeal may be taken to a zoning board of appeals by any aggrieved party during a period established by a rule of that board, or if no such rule is established within 30 days of notice of the action from which the appeal is sought. Now, if that is a correct citation of the case, it isn't publication of the decision, it's notice of the decision, and notice would seem to favor that it is properly before us. Because, I mean, the statute itself says much the same thing. It says,
What statute? Can we just read it?
8-7, the one that's being cited.
8-7 is the statute that talks about the timing.
Yeah. It says, yeah. It says an appeal may be taken to the zoning board of appeals, this is the statute, to the zoning board of appeals by any person aggrieved, by any officer, department, board, or bureau of any municipality aggrieved, and shall be taken within such time as is prescribed by a rule adopted by said board, or if no such rule is adopted by the board, within 30 days by filing with the zoning commission or officer, and it goes on about the filing process. And such appeal period shall commence for an aggrieved person at the earliest of the following: upon receipt of the order, that wasn't received, requirement of, or decision from which the person may appeal upon the publication of a notice in accordance with subject section 1, that's the 5/8 publication, or upon actual or constructive notice of the order. So if they've been told in person, if they received a copy of it, or when it's published, and in this case, it was published on 5/8, it would seem to be an appropriate appeal.
And do you have any rebuttal to that? Because we're just reading those words.
No, that's not what the case that I submitted said. That Bosley case says it's from the date that the permit was issued.
And what is the citation for that case?
I submitted it to the clerk.
It should be pointed out that the Bosley case that council cites is an appellate court decision from 1993. The case that I have cited is a Supreme Court decision, higher court from 2002, more recent.
So the Bosley versus Zoning Board of Appeals of the City of New Haven is 30 Con App 797. And while it is an appellate court case, it has not been overturned. So it's still good law.
And why would that be different than the written statute?
That would be, that I would have to get into the.
That's what, I mean, the written statute clearly supports the.
And so does the citation for the case that council mentioned, 261C263. Again, appeal may be taken to a zoning board of appeals by any aggrieved party during an established period by a rule of that board, or if no such rule is established, within 30 days of notice of the action from which the appeal is sought. And the notice was 30 days, unless someone claims that.
So do you have?
Say 30 days from action?
No, 30 days. Okay, let me read it again. Appeal may be taken within 30 days of notice of the action from which the appeal is sought.
Notice of
And
action.
notice is the publication, unless there was some other notice that, yeah.
So I will comment that there is case law that I could provide to I don't have that with me right now, but there is case law that attributes notice to the fact that it's a public record, that it could be, notice of publication is just one form of notice. So it's the fact that it's a public record, that it's been issued, it's in the zoning file. It's the fact that the neighbors are aware of various applications going on with the property. So it's not just,
So
notice by publication is not the end all be all.
So notice of pulling a permit, which is public record, your argument is notice.
Checking.
Correct.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened with Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
The notice is the action, or in that case, the notice, we established that the notice was the action. And no one bothered to go look after the action was taken.
With respect, that's not what the statute says, and it's also not what Monroe versus Board of Appeals of Brantford says.
Okay, I think we could go in a circle
I have a
now.
question.
Yes.
I do have a question. So let's just say we decided not, that we shouldn't be, based on the argument, we shouldn't be hearing it. With the next course of action for you, do we then say, okay, well, we think it should have been heard, now we're going to go to the court system to appeal the fact that it wasn't heard?
Yes.
So either way, somebody's gonna go to court and say it should have been heard or it shouldn't have been heard, one way or another, right? Sounds like?
It depends.
Yeah.
Probably depends on the ultimate decision.
Right, okay. So that's an interesting. And then we're hearing after this another
On the
request
exact
from a
same.
different party on the exact same
They
thing.
did file,
That's
They
not,
did file.
but that's not.
that same notice jurisdiction claim is not being raised because that was filed within 30 days.
Okay.
So, our options are, we could continue this, could we? If we're not sure.
Entirely your call.
And we could wait to talk to the town attorney and get more information, or we could vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds to me also, well, and again, not a lawyer son is studying to be one. Anyway, in any case, so if we said, let's hypothetically, if we said, we are not comfortable with hearing this because we think that this notice was what actually happened. Then we hear the next appeal. If we grant that appeal, then this not being heard is irrelevant. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's not relevant because it's a separate case. There are some specific things concerning my clients that may or may not affect Attorney Green's clients. They're not identical, they're similar. Same set of, same address, but not identical.
I mean, the thing is, the path of least resistance is to hear the application because you fall, you fall in the, I don't know. Okay, are there any more questions for the attorney? Both attorneys. If not, then we're going to have a motion and we can discuss. Okay, so no more for the, okay. So we are going to go to a discussion. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I need a second.
Second, Jane
Okay.
seconds.
Now we can discuss among ourselves.
With no comment.
Right.
So my feeling on this is that with notice given of a permit, with knowledge that someone is seeking a variance, a party has the ability to come and be a part of the hearing. The hearing, in my understanding from what we've done before, does have some standing as a notice because that's when the action was taken. It's a matter of the public record, and that public record stands. And it still took them 30 days to file an appeal. With it having been in the paper for at least 30 days, the 2 days notwithstanding, they had plenty of time. They had plenty of time, and yes, I understand that, you can take the full 30 days, but my standing is that I think they had it.
Another question. So, but you said, because they knew there was a variance request going on, that there was a variance request. Was there a variance request prior to you approving this?
There had to be.
There wasn't a variance request. This was a.
There was a discussion.
Didn't require a
There was
variance.
a discussion to go for a variance,
Right.
but no application was formed.
That's not true.
Okay, no, we can't talk to you, and I don't think we're supposed to.
Talk,
really-
I'm sorry, okay.
Okay, is anyone?
Sorry,
Jane?
my apologies. There
all
was an
right.
application made. It was withdrawn.
Okay.
My
Jane,
apologies.
do you have any thoughts
I'm
you'd
just
like
trying
to
to,
share?
I'm still trying to figure out why this landed in our lap.
Because that's where it goes,
Yeah.
because when you have an application come to us, if we have to decide whether to hear it or not.
Right.
And there's two sides, one.
And Attorney Pierce.
Attorney
posted
Pierce
that.
originally said that, that we couldn't hear it, and then he had more conversations, and then he said it should come in front of us, and we should hear both sides and make a decision.
I don't think we have enough knowledge of things to make a decision, like
Right.
30 days, does that
We don't
include
know.
that day one that it was issued, or does it start the next day as day one? I mean,
And they both have,
so close.
Joe read us the statute, right, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, according to the statute and as I understand the citation from the court, it was within the 30 days.
But the appeal is also also good standing law. So you've been presented with two cases of good standing law that necessarily contradict one another. But again, that's the nature of an appeal.
But for you people who've been on the board longer than I, has this ever come up before?
Yeah.
And is the date the permit, or is the date notice in the paper?
I believe, if my memory stands, it was the date of action.
And Jane?
I have to go back and,
Okay.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
So, I mean, we're gonna have to vote. So if you say yes, it means we're going to hear the application. If you say no, it means we're not gonna hear the application because you believe they missed the deadline. So yes is, we're gonna move forward, no is no.
And we can't refer this back to the town attorney and say,
We can continue this and say, we don't feel we have enough information to make a decision right now.
legal counsel of our own
Right,
as a board.
right. So if we continue it, I don't believe we need, do we need a vote to continue? Do we have to make a motion to continue? How does making a continuance work?
I think the discussion should be held with the applicant at the podium to suggest.
Oh, can I ask you a
request.
question?
Certainly.
Would you, if we decided to do a continuance, how would you feel? Would you be good with that?
No, I wouldn't be good with that because we're prepared to go. We put a lot of time into this. My clients are here. The application was timely filed as set forth in state statute, as set forth in Connecticut Supreme Court case law. So
No, you will not accept a continuance. Okay, okay. So that's over.
So,
So we're going, well, first, okay, are we just gonna vote? Is there anything else we have to do?
Just a vote.
Okay, go ahead, Jane.
So to hear it or not hear it.
What's the worst case scenario is that we,
the worst case scenario is that we're called to an appeal.
is that we decide we're not gonna hear this and then it comes back as a, you know, the ante goes up and we get sued or whatever. So, what's the harm in hearing it?
Right. Okay, so, yes means,
Well, I think we need a motion we've had a motion to go into discussion, now we need a motion to.
no, we don't need motion, talk, vote.
But
You
we
need
took a
you need
motion.
to Either, you need a
What you're
motion
voting on,
to.
what you're voting on.
Here or not here.
Either- You need a motion that says that the application's timely, and then you vote on that.
Okay,
So either you vote yes or you vote no.
okay. So I'm gonna make a motion that we're going to vote on whether this application is timely. Yes, is timely, no, it's not. Okay, do I need a second to that motion? Joe seconds. Okay, so now we're gonna vote. Katie?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Brian?
No.
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And I also say yes. Okay, so we are going to hear your application. Okay. Even though we're all.
hope it's worth it, guys. Is the board ready? You need a minute or?
Oh, no, please proceed.
I know it's 5 o'clock.
She will be, I'm assuming. Just separate votes, and then that way you don't know, so she can just go. It's just up to you.
Yeah. I might have a moment. So I was just conferring with Attorney Joel Green because obviously they have a application on the same property and we're just trying to figure out a way to save the board some time. But I'm going to just lead off and give you my thing, and then Joel will be happy to, speak to his client's particular application, if that's all right with the.
Okay. The one question I have is a formality. Do we read this back in as because now we've agreed to hear the application? Should we read the application back into the docket? Or,
Already read it in. It's-
so we don't have to do anything? Okay, so you can just go.
Yeah, I speak to.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
So, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Joel Green. I practice law in Bridgeport with the law offices of Green and Gross. I appear today on the next item representing the appellants Renee and Ronald Noren of 178 Pine Creek Avenue. What I would propose is to offer my case on standing, and then you can hear from both of us and hear these together so that we don't duplicate everything. And then, I don't know if Attorney Kersaden objects to that. So I would make that request.
Okay, Okay, so you're going to go first and then you're going to go, or you're both going to go?
So once again, on that threshold issue of standing, I just have some brief remarks for the board.
Do I need to read that in, though? No, okay.
You've already done it.
No, 16, because this is number 16.
They're the same.
I know,
you're not
but,
noticing
so
what-
formally, it's fine just to let this happen.
I mean, if you want to, if it makes you more comfortable, read them number 15.
All right, I'm just going to read it in.
So the request is to consolidate those two items, and I think it would be appropriate to read the item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to formally say that we're also going to hear continued docket number 60. Well, it says 15 twice.
It's 16.
Which is exact same thing, but at 166 Pine Creek Avenue, map 238, parcel 35, petition of Joel Green representing 178 Pine Creek Avenue to reverse or modify a decision of the zoning administrator, premises BD zone. Okay.
Thank you. Once again, Joel Green for the record. On the issue of standing, I would submit, first of all, that our appeal was commenced on June 5th, which was within 30 days of the action, and certainly within 30 days of the notice. I do appreciate the board's vote, and just for the record, I concur with Attorney Bolito's recitation of the law, and I appreciate the board's vote. So on the issue of standing, I have put into the record a quitclaim deed, and the site plan that's in the record demonstrates that both of our clients actually own, that my clients for sure have property at 178 Pine Creek Avenue that directly abuts the property at 166 Pine Creek Avenue. And I not only did I submit the deed, but I checked the land records this afternoon and confirmed the ownership in Renee Noren of the abutting property. So she's abutting, so therefore is an aggrieved party with standing as an abutter. And as the record reflects, there's a stamped copy of the application that reflects that it was filed within 30 days under 8-6 and 8-7. So on that basis, I would ask the board to find that my clients have standing as well in this instance. And I would also state that Mr. Noren is married to the record title holder. The law recognizes an equitable ownership interest, and as an abutter, they are, as also an abutter, they are both parties with standing to appear before the board. And I would ask the board to make a finding of standing to appear before you as to item 60. And with that, I would yield to counsel. And
Thank you, Attorney Green. So once again, I'm Rob Alito with the firm of Willinger, and Busey and Shelton. I represent Claire Coslett and Mark Hemeny, who are the owners and residents of 165 Pine Creek Avenue. They are aggrieved parties per Connecticut General Statutes 8-6 and 8-7. And they are seeking to reverse the decision of the zoning administrator in issuing a certificate of zoning compliance for property at 166 Pine Creek Avenue, which is owned by Natalia and Kevin Coiner. The certificate of zoning compliance stated that, quote, all proposed work with required building setbacks, coverage, and height, end quote. In fact, the proposed residence at 166 Pine Creek Avenue will not comply with the town's zoning regulations. Regulation 11.11.3 requires 6-foot side setbacks. The existing structure has a 4-foot 1-inch side setback. The proposed addition is stepped back to accommodate a 6-foot setback, but the first floor is being raised by 2 feet. That constitutes new construction, which means it is no longer a non-conforming pre-existing use, and it will not comply with the 6-foot setback requirement. I have for the commission's consideration, I'm sorry, the board's consideration, a handout. Give me one moment. And I'm just going to give you all of these at once because I'll be referring to them. I'll hand it to the clerk.
It's not affected.
you want me to hand those out? I'm sorry.
Pictures.
Okay, the one that's currently being handed out is actually in the record. That's the elevation plan. And what's highlighted in yellow is a 2-foot addition, which is what I'm referring to. So you notice that the footer at the bottom left that is highlighted is actually, there's a piece of wood, I suppose, that is between the existing footer and what's being constructed. The effect of that is it is raising the first floor by 2 feet. So the existing structure, which is pre-existing noncompliance, is being changed. It's not just an addition onto something that's not being touched. It's being raised by 2 feet. So that's new construction, and that means it will not comply with the 6-foot setback requirement. Now, Regulation 11.7 establishes a height limitation of 2 stories or 30 feet, whichever is less in height. Now, we've had a discussion about stories earlier today. So the proposed structure contains 2 stories of new living space in the existing first floor, which is presumably to be used for storage or utilities or some other function. That's 3 stories. And then the height of the proposed structure is 34 feet 3 inches to the roof midpoint and 38 feet 1 inch to the highest ridge, which exceeds the 30-foot height limitation set forth by the regulation. Additionally, lot coverage cannot be accurately determined, as the survey does not specify the dimensions and square footage of the proposed structure. The survey table, which is in the upper left of the survey part of the record, indicates lot coverage of 26.9%, which exceeds the maximum allowed coverage of 20% set forth in Regulation 11.10. Further, the proposed residence is an illegal expansion of a pre-existing nonconforming structure. Black letter Connecticut law, such as the cases of Varillo, Adolphson, which is a Fairfield case, and Woodbury Donuts, is that a nonconformity cannot be expanded in violation of zoning regulations. Connecticut statutes and case law confirm that nonconforming structures and uses are not favored and should be eliminated and certainly not enlarged. The proposed project would expand a pre-existing nonconformity by adding significant square footage that is not compliant with the Town of Fairfield zoning regulations. Fairfield Regulation 2.9 states that enlargement of a nonconforming structure requires the use, building, or other structure conform to all the requirements of the zoning regulations. As earlier stated, the proposed residence does not comply with the town's regulations regarding setbacks, height, or lot coverage. As has been talked about, the owners of 166 Pine Creek Avenue previously submitted a request for a variance, which has since been withdrawn by agreement of council. It indicates an acknowledgement by the owners that the proposed project did not comply with the regulations and that legal hardship must be proven. And that issue was brought up on some earlier hearings. The proposed project would potentially adversely impact the health and safety of not only the neighbors, but the applicants themselves. It's a tight construction site. It's in a VE flood zone, and applicants are planning to live in the front building, the cottage as it's called, during construction. Not ideal circumstances. Also, there is in the record 2 letters from Attorney Kasadian indicating that the applicants intend to live in the front building, what's known as the cottage. When I say the front, I mean the closest to the street. And then the intention is to use it as a home office down the line. I would point out that per Regulation 11.1.4.1, that no detached accessory structure shall contain any finished livable floor area, plumbing fixtures, or heat. In the letter by Attorney Kasadian, it states that the kitchen sink and stove are going to be removed, but that's it. Also, The proposed project would severely limit the water views of my clients and impact the value of their home accordingly. You'll see in the pictures I gave you, that is the view from my client's home, both the existing view and then with the proposed structure superimposed. I'll point out that my client, Mr. Kemeny, is a licensed architect, and he did this, with software, basically taking the building that was on the plans and putting it where it's going to be. Lastly, I will point out that the survey that the certificate of zoning compliance was issued on is defective. The lot coverage under existing conditions in the table is cited as 26.9, and with the proposed addition, it's reduced to 26.8. That's impossible. You can't add square footage and add to the footprint of the house and have the coverage go down by 0.1%. That doesn't make sense. Also, this survey does not contain dimensions for the proposed structures. And finally, I would say that the survey erroneously states that 166 Pine Creek Avenue to be made FEMA compliant. The existing structure, the way it is right now, is FEMA compliant. It's due to the illegal expansion of the residence that mandates that the residence be raised. So with that, I will finish my presentation and entertain any questions that the board might have.
Go ahead, Jim.
So this is an appeal of an issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance.
Yes.
And you're citing all the reasons why it doesn't comply with zoning.
Correct.
And should we sustain your appeal, then the only way for the homeowners to go forward would be with an application for a variance.
That's correct.
So try to put this the right way. So I tend to disagree that the addition of a footer constitutes new construction or the raising of that floor. Are you saying that based on it being a substantial improvement and under the letter of a substantial improvement, or?
I would argue that, yes, it is a substantial improvement. In fact, part of the application was that they had a contractor give estimates basically stating that it's going to be over the 50% value that keeps you from having to be FEMA compliant. So by adding 2 feet, it sounds like not a lot, but you're raising the entire first floor of the structure. So that makes it fundamentally different from what is there now.
But in order to do work and the amount above 50% of the value of the structure, they're required to make it FEMA compliant, correct?
No, they're not required to make it FEMA compliant because it is FEMA compliant right now.
But that means not building anything.
Right.
But if they want, but my understanding has always been that, but if you want to do improvements above that 50% of the improvement, you can do that, but you have to make it FEMA compliant.
That would be correct, yes.
So,
But it is right now.
but if they want to improve beyond the 50% cost cap, which is 50% of the value of the improvement, then they are required, to raise the house and make it FEMA compliant.
However, what you're saying is correct, but that is essentially a self-created hardship. What's there right now is FEMA compliant. By doing this addition, by raising the structure up, yes, it does have to be FEMA compliant.
FEMA compliant.
It's not-
How's it FEMA compliant? It's not
not
13 feet
remotely.
above. Yeah, how is it FEMA?
It's a non-conforming pre-existing structure.
But not compliant.
But if they did nothing with it right now, they would not be required to raise it up.
But they would have to pay very, very high flood insurance.
Possible.
Doesn't meet FEMA standards as it is.
As it is, it does not meet FEMA standards. However, because it existed prior to 1989, it's considered to be legally non-conforming and pre-existing.
So you're saying it's pre-firm, is that why?
Yes, the structure actually dates back to, I believe, 19 1930, 1940, in that
So
range.
they can leave it as it is, but it's still not
Yes, they can leave it.
It's non-compliant.
It's a non-compliant pre-existing structure.
So it's
Yes.
not compliant with FEMA standards now.
If you were built, yes, that's correct.
It's not. And when you say, sorry,
No, go ahead.
when you say footer, you mean foundation.
So it's the concrete pillar, and then there's the beam that comes up from that. I'm calling that a footer, but it's basically part of the foundation, yes.
Appellate architect, I want to get the terminology correct.
Please.
Is it a complete foundation or is it up on piers?
It's the foundation
Hold on,
wall.
how about-
It is a foundation wall. Okay, so we're
Foundation wall.
extending the foundation wall. up.
No. It's in the VE zone. You're only allowed to have piers, piles, or
Okay,
columns.
so it's piers.
Correct.
Okay, so the piers are getting,
Extended,
Extended up.
right. That's that highlighted piece that's on that diagram.
okay, and then the other thing is, just because we're being recorded, can we use the word lift instead of raise?
Sure.
Well, raise, if it's transcribed, could be
Spell it out.
mistaken.
As like torn down.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
As in level.
As in ZED, gotcha.
Wait, I'm sorry, one
No,
more thing, one more
please,
thing.
go
You
ahead.
said that there's an error on the survey
Mhm.
for the proposed lot coverage. You said it went down? I'm looking
Yeah.
right at it. It says the same thing, 26.9, proposed 26.9.
The survey that was submitted at the time of the certificate of zoning compliance had a difference of 1.1%.
Okay, so this is the correct one that we're looking at now.
That's a corrected one, I suppose. I don't have that.
So this is not the survey that the permit was issued with?
So just so you know, you can't talk. It's
Sorry,
okay.
sorry.
You will have a chance if you want to come up and introduce yourself, but you can't talk from the galley.
Lot coverage that was approved is 26.8.
Okay.
That's on the permit.
But even,
This is, okay, this says
26.9, I went
26.8.
down to 26.8.
This says 26.8, so is this correct or incorrect, this survey?
even if you're saying 26.8 is a correct figure,
Right.
it makes no sense that existing conditions would be 26.8. And then with an increase in the footprint, it would also be 26.8.
Explain that too.
It's
Explain
certainly
that. Are you
possible.
allowed to explain that?
Well, so I think at this point, maybe, before, may have more questions for you, but Matt, who is the zoning enforcement officer and did issue this, I would like your thoughts on why you think this did not need a variance.
Well, to answer the first question on the lift of the structure, we have a regulation under section 2.8, specifically 2.8.2.5, that does not penalize such an elevation if the existing structure is non-conforming, as this one is. This one is at a 4-foot and change setback to the property line where the requirement is 6. By lifting, in multiple steps here, by lifting a structure, even if you weren't doing an addition, you still have to increase your ingress and egress to the property by adding additional stairs, both potentially front and back, outside of the footprint of the dwelling itself. You're not penalized for those additional steps in coverage based on our regulations. We modified those a few years back after Superstorm Sandy because a number of structures are being lifted and adding lot coverage and a number of dwellings are coming before this commission for variances. So we modified the regulations so that for a lift, you're not penalized if the existing structure A is non-conforming, the way that it sits on setbacks, and you're not penalized for the additional landings, stairs, or platforms for mechanical equipment, for one. For two, in the beach district, any solid walkway or deck, whether it be at grade level or not, counts towards your lot coverage. And what they had done to minimize their coverage was to eliminate those and make it landscape, whether it be trees or grass or what have you. And by doing that, they were able to capture additional lot coverage, which allowed them to essentially transfer that to their proposed addition. And that's permitted to do in the Beach District. It's done on a number of new construction and also renovations, whether it be on Fairfield Beach Road, Pine Creek Ave, Old Dam, or French Street. And that is well within their rights because our regulations indicate your lot coverage is at the adoption of the Beach District Zone in 1989. It's either 20% or existing. And it's identified as to what would be counted towards your coverage. If you have a walkway that's greater than a 3-foot bluestone spaced out 5 inches in all directions, does not count towards your lot coverage. So you couldn't take that up and incorporate that with something else. But if it's solid, whether it's a concrete walkway, whether it's a deck or continuous Belgian block or bluestone, then that would count. You could take it up. So that's what they had done.
And that's how they maintain the same?
That's how they were able to actually drop it by 1/10%.
Okay. Now, some other reasons that the attorney felt that they needed a variance.
For what?
What else did he bring up? Lot coverage.
I just addressed the lot
that
coverage.
You already
I
addressed.
addressed the setback issue.
Yeah.
They made the second floor of their addition compliant at 6 feet. The existing structure, as it states in section 2.8.2.5, is permitted to be lifted and left in place on the existing footings that they, if it's structurally sound deemed, otherwise they can scour them out and put in new footings. That doesn't constitute changing the lift requirement. You know, the house itself is lifted. How you put your columns or your structural supports underneath it are not relevant.
Okay. More questions? Does anyone else have any more questions, either through Matt or to the attorney? No? Okay. I think we're going to go to public comment. So first, I guess, excuse me,
we're gonna hear
would
them
you like to speak?
It's up to the chair, but I'd be happy to make my presentation.
They could do them together. Do them
So if we do them together, so it's not 2 votes, it's 1 vote. We're either yes or no.
No, they don't, because they're not the same seat. And, Ms. Chair, I just wanted to also identify, as Attorney Bolito indicated, that the Beach District regulations were adopted in 1989. That in its own right deemed any structure that was any parcel that had 2 dwellings on it was deemed legal non-conforming at that time. Also, under our regulations, anybody who wants to finish the second floor of a accessory structure would have to come before this board, as it has on a couple of occasions. This structure is already finished, so it's already legal non-conforming.
But
That's
what
it.
about the attorney discussed that there was a kitchen in it?
Yeah, well, the use is going to be brought back to conformity by removing the dwelling use of that structure. By removing the kitchen and by removing the bedroom.
Okay.
So now the parcel becomes legal conforming, except for the lift of the actual structure of the house. That's the only portion that will be still legal non-conforming.
There's so much paper. Hasn't there been around this, these poor trees?
Thank you. Once again, for the record, Joel Green. We've addressed the issue of standing, and once again, I hope the board makes an independent finding and votes on standing for my clients when you, I suppose, when you can do that now, or
5 seconds.
Can we just?
Counsel, I apologize. I just have a family.
5 seconds. He
It's not a
said
problem.
5 seconds.
Hello. Yep, the new town hall outside the back. So if you pull into the old town hall, Follow the driveway all the way to the back. Just stay to the right. Yeah, just stay to the right. Nope. It's in the same place. Just follow it. Oh, you're right. I'm still in the middle of a hearing.
Okay. Sorry. Start again.
Okay, so
Sorry, Counsel.
standing is something I suppose you'll take up when you consider the appeal. Next is under the procedures in 8-7 of the Connecticut General Statutes, the zoning official is to convey to the board the entire file upon which the action was taken. Has that been done? I just want to clarify that for the record.
I apologize. What was the question?
I just want to confirm that the entire file,
Your entire file?
the file that was considered when the decision was made, when the certificate of zoning compliance was endorsed, has that file been uploaded and conveyed to the board?
It's on City Squared. I don't know if it was put in as a document under your application.
Is that number 16?
16 or 15.
16 is there, 15 was the previous one. 16 is this one.
I don't believe we uploaded the permit. That's on City Squared, which is public record on the town permit portal.
Yeah, and that's fine. And if we want to incorporate that by reference, that's fine with me. And I only raise it just to be sure that the record is complete. 8-7 indicates that, and if you'll just bear with me. The officer from whom the appeal has been taken shall forthwith transmit to the board all papers constituting the record upon which the action appealed from was taken. So maybe just we can agree that the City Squared file is
Technically,
incorporated.
it's available to the public. So,
It is.
Yes.
It is.
It's not, well, it is available to the public, so.
Yeah. So formally, I'm going to ask that the City Squared file be incorporated, and perhaps tomorrow it can be uploaded as a document.
Certainly do that.
Thank you. Okay. So the first thing I want to emphasize is that under Connecticut law, this appeal is a de novo review, so that essentially the board is considering this anew and looking at this as a certificate of zoning compliance application based upon the record that based upon the documents that will be uploaded tomorrow. And as I understand it, the documents were an online application, and also there were, I think, I'm showing 4 sheets, which are a survey, an improvement location survey by Land Surveying Services that is dated, it appears to be February 5th, 2025. And then there is a document entitled Proposed Ground Floor Plan Single-Family Dwelling. There's another document that's Ground First and Second Floor Plan Single-Family Dwelling, which is, that's A1 and A2, and then A3 are building proposed elevation single-family dwelling. Does that sound?
There's 2 additional notes in there from their attorney indicating the use of the accessory dwelling during construction, and that it would be removed or converted to an accessory structure.
Yeah.
Removing any form of kitchen and/or sleeping quarters that would constitute it as a dwelling.
Correct, and I uploaded that to the record, so I think that's in the record. And then there was also, I think, a calculation on the value of the improvements. That was the other.
I would have to verify, but it's not required because they're making the house FEMA compliant.
Right.
If they want to spend $1,
That
they
is
can
in
spend
there.
$1.
It is in the file.
It's not
That's fine.
required, but yes, if it's there, then that's fine.
That's fine. So the existing conditions, and as the site plan, and maybe we can call that up, we can call up the improvement location survey. I think that would be helpful.
From you? This one?
Well, I think that is the one that was acted on, as I understand it. And this is the one that does, in fact, as you were referencing earlier, show, and I thought it was reliable because it showed the 26.9 to 26.8 coverage. So I believe that is the drawing that was relied upon.
This is, yeah, this goes from 26.9 to 26.8.
And I think that's the document that was relied upon.
Was issued with.
Great. Okay, then. So, so this appeal, and I'm going to officially adopt the comments by Attorney Bolito as well as part of my presentation. They are consolidated. But, you know, this all starts with the site plan and with Section 11. So the first thing that has to be noted is that the site plan specifically indicates existing house and existing house. And one is number 172 and the other is number 166. So it says that there are two existing homes on the site. It says existing house. And that is significant, and we're going to get into that because that is sort of a unique thing about this lot. Obviously, it's something that happens frequently down at the beach. We see that. For the record, I had referenced and incorporated the ZBA application, which includes the assessor's field cards. And the assessor's field cards have a lot of detail on the two dwellings, including that they had kitchens, bedrooms, forced hot heating, ventilating, electrical systems, and it specified bedrooms, bathrooms, and all the details. So you start with a lot that's got two existing dwellings on it. So I gave you, I provided you with Section 11 of the zoning regulations that pertain to the beach district, and I want to talk about that, and that will form a great framework for us to go through this application. And we start with Section 11.1, and 11.1 describes in sort of a little bit of a confusing way, but generally permitted uses down in the beach district. 11.1.1 speaks to a single detached dwelling for one family and not more than one such dwelling per lot. So permitted in the beach, as of right, you can have one house on a lot, except as provided in Section 11.4 of these beach district regulations. And we're going to get to that in a minute, and I'll get into that in more detail. 11.1.2, and the next two are sort of inconsequential in this discussion. One deals with the fact that you can have a home office in your home. The other one is that the town can have buildings, uses, and facilities of the town subject to securing a special exception. Then we look at 11.1.4, and it says you can have accessory uses. In addition to that single-family dwelling, you can have an accessory use. And what that says is you can have an accessory use on the same lot, and that would be like a shed or a garage. But it cannot have any finished livable area. It can't have any plumbing fixtures, and it can't have any heat. And this is going to get to be interesting because Attorney Kersaden submitted a letter saying, hey, we're going to take out the kitchen in the one building, and we're going to get to that. But that's sort of meaningless because, as I've indicated, on the date that the application was filed, it's clear that there are two dwellings. There's still two dwellings there today. Two buildings, two dwellings. 11.4.2, we get into some other things. You can have garages, boat houses, landings, docks. You can store a boat, and so forth. So that's okay. That's okay. So we keep going through our zoning regulations. We get to 11.3, and it says that each lot shall have a minimum area of 9,375 square feet with 50 feet. We know that this is conforming in terms of lot size, so that's okay. Now, here is where this gets interesting. 11.4. As to a lot in one ownership, and this is in one ownership, which contains more than one dwelling. This lot has more than one dwelling on it. One or more buildings in place of such existing dwellings and containing no more than the existing number of housing units as contained in such dwellings may be erected subject to all other requirements imposed by these Beach District regulations and subject to securing a special exception from the Plan and Zoning Commission pursuant to 27. So what that's saying is, if you have more than one dwelling, you can replace them with a single building or more, or two buildings if you have two dwellings. But you can't add dwellings. So on the date of these regulations, so this is that exception to having one house, one lot. So if you already have the two dwellings, you can either rebuild them and have two buildings and two dwellings, or you can consolidate it into one unit. But it says you have to get a special exception. The purpose of this section is to provide flexibility in upgrading existing properties. Now, this may sound familiar to all of you because I have been before you on this issue before in the famous wars between the Castellis and the Sargents that I think all of you have been party to at one point or another. And we ended up going to the Superior Court, and I couldn't explain it better than Judge Radcliffe, who basically said that when the Beach District regulations were established, the Plan and Zoning Commission was trying to bring some order down to the beach in terms of development. So what he finds, and this is on the last page of the decision, and you have it, and he said, had Section 11.4 of the Fairfield zoning regulations not been enacted when the Beach District zone was established, the new zone would have immediately created non-conforming uses on every parcel containing more than one building or dwelling unit. And he identifies the Sargent property. In order to avoid this inevitability, the drafters of the Beach District regulations enacted 11.4, which renders lots containing more than one dwelling unit or a building conforming, subject to prerequisites contained in the regulations. The regulations allow for replacement of dwelling units and/or buildings subject to Beach District regulations. Regulation and oversight is assured through use of this special exception process. Use of the special exception procedure by the Town Planning and Zoning Commission does not require an applicant to prove a legally cognizable hardship, because when you're going for a special exception, it's different standards. But anyway, the judge goes on. Instead, it allows for orderly development when the context of the comprehensive plan, including the use of conditions designed to enhance the public health, safety, and welfare. So what happened here is the court recognized, and this commission recognized when it adopted the beach regulations, that we already had all these properties with two buildings on them. And the commission was trying to create a situation where lots had basically one building, but not create illegal uses where there were two. So what it said is, we'll let you keep those two dwelling units or two buildings, but if you do anything with them, we want you to go get a special exception. Go see the Plan and Zoning Commission so that they can make sure that it's not going to reduce property values, it's not going to cause undue traffic, it's going to comply with setbacks, it's going to be a reasonable use, and it's going to keep things orderly. And that's exactly what Judge Radcliffe is describing. Now, he points out in our Sargent case, the defendant, Gregory Sargent, argues that 11.4 does not apply to his application because the regulation only applies when one building or dwelling unit is being replaced. This claim is not well taken and would result in absurd and illogical results. Section 11.4 applies in all instances in which a dwelling or unit is being replaced or renovated. So what that means is, in this instance, exactly what was happening is that the existing house, the existing dwelling, was being dramatically expanded. It was being dramatically renovated. And therefore, as the judge found, and as Mr. Sargent ultimately did, you got to go to the Plan and Zoning Commission and get a special exception. And if you think about it, my clients are here because they're concerned about the impact of this development. It cuts off their views to the west and is a huge imposing structure. And a lot of the protections that are in the special exception section 27 of our regulations would protect them because the commission would do the right thing. The commission would either say, go ahead, if you can meet those standards, or the commission might say, we're going to impose some conditions on this because we're concerned about impacts on your neighboring properties. We're concerned about overcrowding, congestion, traffic, all those, whatever those standards are in 27. So the judge found in this case, you can't get a variance. So that the owners of 166 can't just go and get a variance to do this because you have an adequate remedy at law. You don't have a hardship because you have section 27, you have 11.4, and you can go to the commission and you can get relief and do the right thing. And so that's why a certificate of zoning compliance at the counter was not the appropriate thing here, because there were 2 buildings, 2 dwellings, there's an alteration, there's a significant renovation going on, and the Plan and Zoning Commission established this regulation to create this order. So that's the first thing that we get to. So that's, and again, 11.4 says the purpose of this section is to provide flexibility in upgrading existing properties to protect the natural resources while preserving the characteristics of surrounding properties. It makes great sense, and it was a great idea. And that's what the real basis of our appeal is. So there's a couple of other issues. Let me just, first of all, the drawings are pretty botched up, and Attorney Bolito was correct on that. And specifically, I have a large-scale plan if you want me to. I have one large-scale plan, but what happened here is on lot coverage, and Mr. Decker was correct, hard surfaces count towards coverage in the beach district, and it makes sense because we want that permeability. So you can't count paved areas, and hardscapes do count towards coverage. And if you can go back to the drawing, the site plan, and I can actually, you all can take a look at this. I created a larger one, and I don't want to create a lot of disruption. But you'll see, unfortunately, the drawing is completely inaccurate because in each instance, it says bituminous driveway. There's 2 driveways on the site, and the surveyor says not included in coverage. So the surveyor failed to include the driveways in the calculation of the lot coverage, and that specifically violates section 11.10 on lot coverage. So there's that, and do you want me to hand this through, or I can show it to you? You can see it says bituminous driveway not included in coverage, bituminous driveway not included in coverage. And I'll leave this right here.
So he's saying that, the surveyor is saying he did not include the cement.
Bituminous, yeah, pavement.
Cement, the paved
Right.
driveway in the coverage.
Correct.
Why?
Because there's an error. Because this says right here, it says impervious surfaces shall be included.
Are they leaving a paved surfaced driveway? And
There's
then
so I heard Attorney Bolito and I heard the discussion by Mr. Decker. The plan is very specific on removing, it says wood patios to be removed, and you can see the wood patios to be removed, and I think Mr. Decker concluded that the area of the wood patios being removed balanced off the footprint of the additional, the addition, but there's no indication on this plan, and again, this is a de novo review by this board, there's nothing on this plan that says that the bituminous pavement is being removed. So that is not a notation on the plan. So I would suggest that that is an improper calculation. Next.
So let me ask.
I need to understand that.
I didn't get to drive by this one, so I'm going by everything that's here. What it looks like I'm looking at is it doesn't look like it's a finished concrete driveway. It looks like it's a stone driveway. Is that what exists on the site today?
It says on this site plan that formed the basis for the action. It says bituminous driveway.
But if it was mislabeled, it was not included in the coverage calculation, correct?
It was not included.
So if it had been included in the coverage calculation, that would have been a big error, correct?
No.
They had said this is a
It should have
concrete
been,
driveway.
it should have been included.
But it isn't a concrete driveway, it's a gravel driveway.
The plan that was before, the plan that is before you upon which this application is based, those photos are in the record of this case after the fact.
Right, but there wasn't a concrete driveway there.
You need to read the last sentence.
Where?
No paved driveways or walks in excess of 3 feet in width shall be permitted.
It says, no paved driveways or walks in excess of 3 feet shall be permitted.
Bituminous driveway, and they're
Correct.
not allowed, period.
Correct. I agree, but
They don't count toward coverage either,
but it's shown on the plan.
but it doesn't count toward coverage.
It does count toward coverage.
It's not, it never does, in any parcel in the beach district.
Because of the size?
No, it's just not permitted.
All
Even
impervious.
if it's existing, it doesn't count.
Because it's not allowed to stay.
Correct.
So that's why even though that was submitted to you, it wasn't counted
Correct.
because you knew it was coming out.
Can't have one, it
But
wasn't
that's
even
Even
there.
even if it doesn't come out, it doesn't count towards your coverage allowance, period,
It says all impervious surfaces shall be included.
except driveways and walkways greater than 3 feet. That's what it
It
says.
says that is not permitted.
Yeah, well, it's not permitted, which means it doesn't count.
It's not, I think what.
That's how the zoning office interprets that. We do not allow asphalt driveways. You can have a gravel driveway, and it doesn't count toward coverage. But we did that so that people can't start ripping up their driveways and say, I got an extra 15% in lot coverage.
I hear you.
That's why that's
I
there.
don't know whether it predates, I don't know whether it's legally existing and non-conforming. I don't know if it's been there for 100 years.
But it just doesn't count towards your coverage.
It's
Mr.
not.
Green. That's-
It's
I
not
just
there.
want- just whether it's there or not, it doesn't count.
And they didn't include it in the coverage. It says specifically that
I
whether
just
it's
want
there or
you to-
not there.
I just want you, the interpretation that we have in our office, we don't count driveways toward anything for the purpose that we don't want people ripping the driveway up and saying, I've got an extra 15% on coverage to use toward my new dwelling.
So could I just follow that up with one question, Matt?
Well, wait a
When
second.
you said the lot coverage was the same, that you didn't include that coming up to.
I did not, no.
It was the other things, the deck or, okay, okay. But I think we should let you continue.
I apologize for
before we ask
interrupting.
you questions.
But I'm saying there is a site plan that shows a bituminous driveway. Now, I understand Mr. Decker's position, and I will say it's not zoning compliant. It may be legally existing because it predated this regulation, but you have a plan before you right now that has a bituminous driveway that does not say to be removed, whereas other features said to be removed.
But Matt says that doesn't count in lot coverage.
It does on your regulation, it says.
That's
it
the
does
argument,
not-
that's the difference of.
So the argument, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that anything not permitted, whether present on the plan or not, if it is not permitted, it will not exist, therefore it is not counted. So if it sits on the plan, it effectively has an X on it that says a bituminous driveway will not be, is not permitted, therefore will not be counted because it will not exist.
where I sit, when I read regulations, the appropriate action in that instance is you must add a label to this saying it's to be removed because we don't allow driveways wider than 3 feet. And I'm not going to sign off on a plan that shows a bituminous driveway because there is so much room for misinterpretation. This plan shows a bituminous driveway. I understand it's not permitted, but it would just be the same as any other nonconformity in a plan. I understand the regulations don't allow it, but I would not sign off on a plan that shows it and say, well, our regulations don't allow it, so I'm still going to sign off on a plan that shows impervious surface. That's my interpretation.
Okay, but I think we should move on.
Fine. Next, setbacks. Setback from Long Island Sound, and we are litigating this as we speak in a variety of courts. The minimum setback of buildings and structures from Long Island Sound shall not be closer than the front wall of the building. So the minimum setback of buildings and structures shall not be closer than the front wall of the building existing as of the date of adoption of these Beach District regulations facing Long Island Sound. And if you have a lot, that doesn't have a structure on it, then you go to the corners of the 2 nearest homes on either side, you draw a straight line from those corners, and that forms the setback line for the vacant lot between the 2. In this case, we would submit, and if you could scroll that down, yeah, good. So here is the face of one of the dwellings, which forms a setback from Long Island Sound based on the regulation. And here is the face of the other dwelling that creates the setback from Long Island Sound. So there are 2 setbacks that are shown based on the walls of those buildings. And what's happening here is that the applicant is proposing to create an addition that encroaches into the setback of what I will call, well, it's the lower building on this diagram, but the other dwelling. And we would suggest that that is a setback encroachment into the setback from Long Island Sound of the other dwelling.
Do you have numbers for that, please?
It's section.
Like I just want to know what it is now and what you're saying.
Are they moving it forward?
Number is 120.7 on the one, and the number is, it was here. Unfortunately, they measured instead of measuring the face of the building, they measured the deck. And that's an improper dimension.
And what is it? What is the setback right now from the plan?
From the deck, it's 53.4. They're showing as an existing condition.
No, I mean, where is it being built? What is the setback of the construction?
Setback of the construction is 74 for that addition.
So are they moving, so the house that's closest to the Long Island Sound, are they moving that forward from where it currently exists?
No, but
The line isn't changing, is it?
It is changing in the sense that on that structure, you're leading into another argument.
No, I'm not trying to argue, I'm just trying to understand.
No, another point I'm making. I'm not into another argument. I'm not being confrontational. First of all, they mismeasure the setback existing by showing it as 53.4 feet because instead of measuring, you'll see that regulation, you see 11.12, the minimum setback shall not be closer than the front wall of the building, and they're measuring it apparently from a deck, which is not the proper metric.
Are they expanding over the deck with this new renovation?
No, they're lifting the deck straight up. And they are creating that addition to the east of the, I'm going to call it, yes, to the east of the building. And that encroaches into the setback from the wall facing Long Island Sound of the second building.
The second building being the building behind that's on the road, is that correct?
Yes. Mhm.
But that's behind the building that's in front.
It is, but it's the face of the building that is the,
And
That can't be blocking, if you, let's say it was a vacant lot and you drew that line from the front of these both neighbors.
Yeah.
That back building isn't ahead of that line.
it's not.
Right. So what is the
That
argument?
measurement, that tool only comes in where the lot
It's a
is
vacant
vacant.
lot.
Yeah, but
I
it's
understand.
not.
But you brought it up.
I did.
So
just
what is not correct about what they're doing to the back building?
The addition, the proposed second two-story addition encroaches into the setback from the front of the building, the street side building,
By how much?
by a lot.
How much?
I can't give by
22 feet,
26 feet,
22 feet.
22 feet, I'm told.
Where should they have stopped? If you look at this picture right here on the screen,
Yeah.
based on what you're saying, where should that building have stopped the addition? So you see the two lines?
You can't encroach.
Okay, I know, but like, look at this, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to know, how could they have been compliant? According to your argument, where did they build out too far? So they went
The entire,
closer?
almost that entire addition is
Oh,
encroaching.
that's what you're saying, okay.
Yeah. Now, this is going to get complicated, but I'm going to need this for the record. What I'm going to call the string measurement between, the line between, when you have a vacant lot.
This isn't a vacant lot, right?
If you have a vacant lot and you're using the other calculation, we'll call it the string calculation, where you're measuring from corner to corner on neighboring properties, you create that line. I'm going to suggest that this regulation, and I'm doing this just to create a record, this may be overload, but I need to do this. There are uniformity requirements in Connecticut that require that zoning regulations be of equal application to all property owners similarly situated within a zone. Any interpretation that would allow someone to horizontally expand, for example, as the applicant is trying to do here, would allow an existing lot an advantage that a vacant lot does not have, because the string, for example, would treat a vacant lot differently than an occupied lot. Meaning, and I'll show you right here. Right now, you have two dwellings that are non-conforming. They're non-conforming because you have more than one dwelling on a lot. And there are some other, the side yards are non-conforming. There's a number of non-conformities on this property. And whether they're legal or not, you have an existing house and an existing house. Hypothetically, if there were a home here and a home here, and this was a vacant lot, you would draw that string and that would create your setback line. By allowing this horizontal expansion, you are allowing a structure for someone with a vacant lot to be larger, to have a closer setback to Long Island Sound than someone with a lot with homes on it. Do you follow what I'm saying? So it would create a potential advantage, and if you think about it, as houses kept, if you had vacant lots, houses would eventually creep towards Long Island Sound as everyone took advantage of that regulation. And if you could just extend the face, if the Coiners just extended the face of that structure that's on the top there, they would be moving closer to Long Island Sound, for example. So I'm just putting this in the record. I know it's a lot to digest and it's technical.
Spurious also.
It's what?
It's fictitious also.
Well, there's a real regulation here, and there's a real problem with it, and if
But it doesn't actually apply to what we're hearing.
It does, in the sense that the applicant is expanding that non-conforming structure laterally into the setback from the rear building. And I'm just going to leave that for the record for you. Now let's, the next thing I want to talk to you about is, I gave you section 2.9, and you have non-conforming structures here. And you can enlarge non-conforming structures under our zoning regulations. A non-conforming building or structure may be enlarged, provided such enlargement does not affect the non-conformity of the building or structure. Enlargement, extension, or structural alteration of a building or other structure or on the use of a lot as defined in section 31 is permitted, provided, 1, that the lot has required access on a street, 2, the use is not a special exception use. And here, as we've demonstrated based on 11.4, if you're going to alter those buildings in the Beach District, you need a special exception. Therefore, this is consistent with that principle by the Plan and Zoning Commission that you have to come and get a special exception before you can expand a non-conforming building or structure in the Beach District. That's the purpose of that. So you don't, in a lot of places in town, you can automatically increase a non-conforming structure if it doesn't increase the non-conformity, for example, but that is not the case here because there's a special exception requirement. You got to go get checked out. So we've covered the front wall encroachment, we've talked about coverage, we've talked about expansion of a non-conforming structure, we've talked about setbacks. I've made a record on the uniformity argument, but the largest, the thing that I think you really have to focus on is that there is this zoning scheme, and 11.4 just doesn't allow this to be an over-the-counter type certificate of zoning compliance. You have to go to the Plan and Zoning Commission. And that's all we're asking. And assuming the Coiners go there, they'll be able to build something and they'll be able to improve their property. But using that process will provide the safeguards that Section 27 of our regulations is designed to provide. So,
So, just to put this on the record.
Yeah.
How much of your argument is predicated on, let's call them structure 1 and structure 2? The primary, the existing, and the proposed addition. How much of your argument is predicated on structure 1 existing as a dwelling unit?
Structure 1 being which one?
Being the front, the cottage.
Closer to the road?
Closer to the road, correct.
It doesn't matter, because under 11.4 and under Judge Radcliffe's interpretation, even if you're only improving one of the structures, you have to go get a special exception. But
it sounded to me like it referenced dwelling units specifically.
It doesn't matter, because the section says, the section speaks to as to a lot in one ownership which contains more than one dwelling. One or more buildings. We know there were 2 dwellings. I've put in the field cards. There are 2 dwellings there. That's the record. The record is, and the assessor is carrying this as 2 homes, 2 dwellings, 2 occupiable, fully occupiable living spaces.
Are there going to be, so to be clear, are there going to be 2 dwellings on this property once this project is completed?
I think that is not the intent. However, it's not clear, and we're going to get to a potential accessory dwelling. And it can't exist because it can't be finished at all inside. So if the Coiners are saying that when we're done, that the structure closest to the road is going to be just studs inside and used for storage or for a garage, that may be. But before they can do that, they have to go get a special exception. They can't just, that's the whole point of 11.4.
Hold on one second. Jane wants to follow up on this. We're going to stick with this special exception for now. Let's not, anyone has questions on that?
If their plan ultimately is to convert this cottage into an office space without any,
Yeah.
did we see a letter? Wait a minute.
But it may be their plan, but you can't do it because it's unattached, it's an accessory dwelling, and it's an accessory structure.
We don't permit accessory dwellings in the beach area. It's an existing second dwelling. But if they want to take out, so it's no longer a dwelling, then how does 11.4 apply?
Yeah, it removes 11.4 as a consideration.
The point is they have to go get a special exception.
No, they don't.
One dwelling, they wouldn't need to get a special exception.
Before they do anything, if they were to just gut the cottage and say it's no longer a dwelling, and then move forward with the plan. then
So
how
is
would
that a renovation of the structure?
How is that
Getting rid of it.
renovation? You're removing, you're gutting it.
You're renovating it, you're changing it.
So for that, you need a special, if they were to move out.
Unwinding
You don't
it.
need a building permit to take out this building.
We can all speculate and we can disagree. But I have a Superior Court judge who said that the defendant argues that 11.4 does not apply to his application because the regulation only applies when one building or dwelling unit is being replaced. This claim is not well taken and would result in absurd and illogical results. 11.4 applies in all instances in which a dwelling or unit is being replaced or renovated.
Okay, so how is removing a stove a renovation? It's not. But by removing a stove, it's no longer a dwelling.
Why is it no, it was a dwelling when they started is the point.
But see, they're basically getting, if I'm incorrect, it sounds to me like they're asking to, basically going to remove the dwelling.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, Sargent, they wanted to demolish one of the dwellings and replace that and still have two dwellings on the property, is that correct?
Correct.
So they're not asking to have two dwellings on the property.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. Under
It's
any
material.
circumstances, if you are doing renovations, they're obviously massively renovating the front building, which is a dwelling also.
The dwelling, when you say front, you mean closer to the beach?
I'm going to say the beachside dwelling. Then they are renovating that massively.
So for that reason alone, they need a special exception.
I would say either.
If there's a second dwelling.
Even before they touch the cottage, the little one.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, but there's no question that on the date this was filed, there were two dwellings and there were two buildings. There's no question.
Matt? Could you comment on this, please?
Or
Two dwellings.
Did you believe, you never thought they needed a special permit?
they don't.
And why not? Tell us your opinion.
Because that applies to first of all, Judge Radcliffe's findings, although may be correct, are not my regulations. My regulations are very specific as to when a special exception is required to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that is if they were tearing down one of the buildings and rebuilding it, would have to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission because it'd be more than one dwelling on the lot. This is not the case. What I had required, and in agreeance with my planning director, was to receive a letter from the applicant's attorney indicating that they are going to reside in the front cottage during construction renovation, and prior to them getting this issuance of a certificate of occupancy, they would then dismantle the kitchen and bedroom use from the cottage and turn it into their home office, which, by the way, as I stated before to Attorney Bolito's comments, is This structure was in place prior to the adoption of the Beach District regulations in '89, finished and used as a dwelling. That being said, it has the right to maintain its legal non-conforming use if you reduce that use. If you increase that use, it's a different story. We're reducing the use from a dwelling to a home office, period. And that's the reason why the permit was issued, based on the definition of 11.4. And that's why, with the discussion of the planning director, it did not need to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission for a special exception.
Okay. And just because I have so much of your attention right now, I have another question about what Attorney Green said about the distance from the sea or the ocean.
The regulation,
Yes.
as it states on 11.12, setback from Long Island Sound.
Right.
And it states, it has no mention of a second building or a second dwelling. It states from, shall not be closer than the front wall of the building existing as of the date of the adoption of these Beach District regulations facing Long Island Sound, period. The distance from the existing structure is 72 feet. Can you make out if that's zero or not? The existing distance to the deck, which we have also, so that they don't project any further with a deck, or if they wanted to put a second floor deck over top of it, they couldn't project out further than that, is 53.4. Thus, the proposed addition on the existing structure is not getting any closer. And then the proposed addition to the east has been reduced back because if you look at the survey, the high mean water line, which is what we measure to, is not a perfectly parallel line to the front property line or to the structure. It wavers off closer to the property. They had to reduce that back so that they didn't get any closer to Pine Creek or Long Island Sound from the face of the closest wall to Long Island Sound or Pine Creek.
Okay.
So they had to reduce that. So that's being proposed at 74.
Thank you. All right. Do you have more items you will need to bring up?
No, I think the only other issue I might raise is that the patios on the site are not, a lot of these are not sized and are not dimensioned as Mr. Bolito had indicated, and therefore the calculations on conformity could not really be made. You can't make them when you look at this certificate of zoning compliance. So without those calculations, for example, the wood patio decks and that sort of thing are not dimensioned. So can't test those calculations.
Like in terms of?
In terms of verifying coverage, yeah.
Okay, while they look at that, okay, thank you so much. Now we'll ask more questions to you. Sorry, we kind of really had more back and forth, but Joe, do you have any questions of Attorney Green or of Matt?
No, I don't.
Okay. Jane?
Matt, you reviewed this whole application with the head of
I didn't review the entire application with her. I just confirmed the removal of the front dwelling unit, reducing the nonconformity of two dwellings on one lot to a conforming one dwelling on a lot with an accessory structure that was built prior to 1989.
So it passed muster with.
It didn't need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any more questions? No. Okay.
I don't, David, thank you.
Okay. So given that, we will now go to the public.
Doesn't other counsel get to speak?
He
I'll speak
will
before the
after, but
public.
right now, we're gonna look, okay, because this is like opposite. So now do we ask people who are like on Team Green to come up and talk? 'Cause I'm gonna just frame it like.
Represented by council.
So they're represented by council, so I think council spoke, but they have to be able to come up and speak if they'd like to.
Keep it very short.
Yeah, if you could just, yes, just
Very
name and
brief.
address, yeah.
Mr. Deckard, so my name is Mark Kemney. I live across the street from the Prospective
address?
Project, 165 Pine Creek Avenue. I spoke to Mr. Decker, and he told me that he based his evaluation on the survey. The survey was his key instrument for his determination. I find that problematic for several reasons. In my experience, it's a bad survey. In February, when the variance was filed, the survey showed the existing coverage is 26.9%. And miraculously, the new project was also going to be 26.9%. Okay. In May, when the current application was made, the structure had been enlarged by 2 feet, significantly larger. Went from 20 to 22 feet. Miraculously, the coverage went to 26.8%. So this is like the loaves and the fishes. You make a bigger building and you reduce the coverage. So this is indicative of what the survey is like. No revision numbers on the bottom to tell you any changes, nothing. The other aspects of it are Mr. Decker said, okay, the coverage is 26.8%. Well, that's just because the survey said it on the table. There's absolutely no way to determine that. He couldn't determine it. I can't determine it, and you can't. There's no way because the covered areas are not indicated. You know, a couple of dash lines here and there, but they're really not indicated either by size or square footage. So this is a matter of trust, and I don't believe in trust. Finally, I would say this, in terms of living in the structure, a promise is being made that in the future this cottage will be converted. Well, in 40 years of experience dealing with building departments, with the Uniform Building Code, the International Building Code, zoning, every kind of zoning you can imagine, I've never seen something predicated on somebody's promise. As Mr. Green said, when you apply and you have 2 dwellings, you have 2 dwellings. And promising to do something in the future has no reality in the construction business. It doesn't exist. Only concrete reality exists. I'm not opposed to a construction project. I'm opposed to this process. I feel that we're being railroaded. Finally, I would say this. When you talk about the dates, we found out by accident that this certificate was being issued. We thought it was going to be a variance. It was purely by accident. I happened to be a few days before the deadline at the building department. They said, oh no, there's a certificate. That's why we rushed at the last minute to file. And we were told at that point by the zoning department that there was no recourse. There was no application. There's nothing we could do about it. It was a done deal. So I'm not casting aspersions, but I'm giving you an idea of what happened. So my hope and expectation is that you will not reject this on the basis of the project, but on the basis of the process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak? Because we do need our attorney to rebut what they said, but someone behind you?
Yeah, I'm an independent person on the street.
Just, you need to
Sorry.
name and address, please.
Emil Meshberg, 226 Pine Creek Avenue. I've been in Fairfield all my life, and although I fully admit I'm not experienced or knowledgeable about zoning or anything like that, but I have had a house on the beach in Milford for 45 years, and I know that there's a tendency for everyone to want to build closer and larger to the water because you're on the water for the view, and you're on the water for what the water can give you. And I've heard enough questions raised, and everybody should be able to do whatever they're allowed to do according to what the municipality has determined is justifiable. But I've heard enough questions being raised about this process where I just want to stand up and say, I don't think anyone should be able to bend the process to get larger and closer to the water, because all of us on the water are there for the same reason.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have our final and last guest.
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Kersaden. My office is at 243 Broad Street in Milford. I'm here tonight with Kevin and Natalia Coiner, the owners and permit holders of the permit certificate of zoning compliance that was issued. I'd like to just briefly address some of the points by council. I'll make a couple of additional points, and then I'd like to have the opportunity for Mr. Coiner or Mrs. Coiner to come up and address the board briefly. So I'll try to keep it short. Zoning permit certificate of zoning compliance is properly issued for the following reasons. The project is compliant with the town of Fairfield zoning regulations as determined by Mr. Decker, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. Elevating the structure to be flood protection and FEMA SFHA compliant results in the existing structure and property to become more conforming to the regulations in the National Flood Insurance Program, both the zoning regulations and the FEMA regulations. Right now, the existing structure is not FEMA compliant. It needs to be elevated, and the trigger for the elevation is the additional work, is the 50% substantial improvement work. I haven't heard anything tonight that specifically talks about this factual situation. I've heard a lot about multiple dwellings in reference to regulations that when there are two dwellings on the lot. We have specifically revised the application. The Coiners had been well into this process long before they met me. They had a previous application for a variance that got continued for a few months, and the variance was to keep the additional dwelling unit. That was my understanding what the variance was filed for, to do this addition and keep the additional dwelling unit. At that point in time, when they came to me to talk about that, I reviewed the regulations, and I determined from a review of the regulations that a variance was not the appropriate vehicle for that. It was a special exception. And the reason it was a special exception is because they intended to keep both structures as residential dwelling units, not just structures. So a little bit, one building, I believe it's the cottage, it's the house in the front on the water side is built in 1904, and the other one was built in 1926, according to the assessor's card. They're established legal pre-existing non-conforming uses and structures, as Mr. Decker has said and has been raised already, is put into the record. Neither the non-conforming aspect of the structure nor the two dwelling unit use are being expanded or enlarged. So what I mean by that is we're not increasing the number of dwelling units from 2 to 3. We're actually reducing it from 2 residential dwelling units down to 1 residential dwelling unit. And you're allowed to keep the legal pre-existing structure, and you don't have to gut it in order to comply with the 11.4 of the regulations. And I'll talk in a minute about the reference to Judge Radcliffe's decision on that. The Town of Fairfield zoning regulations are clear. Section 2.8, any use of land, building, or structure lawfully existing on the effective date of the zoning regulations or any amendment which does not conform may be continued in accordance with these provisions. And then it says, no non-conforming use of land, building, or any structure shall be enlarged or extended to include any other building, land, or structure which is not subject to such non-conformity. So the way that that was complied with is that the addition meets the 6-foot setback requirement, side yard setback requirement. So that was revised, so they didn't have to ask for a variance for that. And you'll recall, you may or may not recall, when the variance was filed, there was a lot of opposition. There was letters in the file objecting to the variance. There's no legal hardship. There's no legal hardship. So they're not trying to do an end run around the regulations. They're trying to work within the law, within the zoning regulations of the town of Fairfield, and come in with a fully zoning compliant application, which is what they've done and which is where we're at and where Matt Decker has issued the permit. The project does not enlarge or expand the nonconformity of the existing house, meaning the house that's going to be renovated if approved, or if this appeal is denied. The addition is outside of the side yard setback. And again, elevating the structure actually increases the conformity with the regulations, federal and state law, and public policy. I think that everyone in the town would want every structure FEMA compliant and elevated to the proper flood hazard level for life, health, and safety reasons, and protection of property as well. So just a couple of comments on what council had said. There was a lot of comments about the survey. I didn't hear any comments from a licensed surveyor. There's other ways to judge a survey. The survey is scaled. You can take measurements from the survey. That's the survey that was presented. I don't see any different survey. I don't see a licensed surveyor here to challenge this survey. I haven't heard any testimony or seen any evidence from anybody. So what's presented on that table is unless there's something, it's not signed or there's something else that doesn't meet the regulations of the town of Fairfield, the zoning officer is required to accept that. And he's also given adequate explanation as to why there's been some claimed discrepancies with it. But the survey can be scaled, and you can calculate the coverage from the scaling and the measurements. Not every single survey I found. I do a lot of development work on the shoreline. Not every single, if you had every line or every notation on every survey, you wouldn't be able to read the plan. So some of those might just be, some fact that there's no measurement on one side of a building or something might not, just indicative of that the plan could have gotten too busy or that it wasn't required and it was reported. But the survey has to be taken as it has been submitted. So again, the structure is not FEMA compliant currently. And so we'll get into the 11.4 and the multiple dwelling and the Judge Radcliffe thing, and then I'll turn it over I'll ask Mr. Coiner if he'd like to say a few words. Attorney Green's argument on the 11.4, and then also on the argument about the setback from the house that's on the roadside or the cottage that's on the roadside, that it has to be measured from that wall as well. It's positing this application as if this is new construction and there's not houses that have sat on the property for over 100 years. So 11.4 specifically talks about the caption of the title of the heading, multiple dwelling units. My understanding from the Fairfield regulations and common parlance is that a dwelling unit means a residential dwelling unit, not a building or another structure. So in this particular case, if they were going to keep I think it's 172, the roadside structure as a residential dwelling unit, then they would go ask for a special exception. They've decided at this time not to do that. I talked to Mr. Decker about what was the avenue or the vehicle in order to let the town feel secure or know that that's what was going to, that they were going to remove that as a residential dwelling unit. And I also asked what steps would the town expect them to do to the structure. He explained it to me, and that's typical in a lot of towns where you remove the kitchen and maybe some bedroom structures, and that is no longer considered a residential dwelling unit. That's pretty standard practice, and that's what he said, so we submitted that letter. So 11.4 would only apply if they're keeping that two dwelling unit use. Now, Judge Radcliffe's decision, not to get too far off point because I think it's completely irrelevant because it has to do with a variance, and it also talks about section 11.4, but the specific point about does not apply because the regulation only applies when more than one building or dwelling unit is being replaced, and Judge Radcliffe's dismissal of that argument is that in that case, number one, it's a variance. Number two, the individual was trying to keep two dwelling units. Number three, the reference to one building, because the regulation also contemplates this, you could have two dwelling units in one building. So it doesn't extend to a dwelling unit, and then we're also going to keep this legal pre-existing non-conforming building, and therefore we have to go for a special exception. That's not what that case says. That's not what that case was about. I heard a comment that, we should do the right thing and we should go get a special exception. They have done the right thing, and they've been working on this for a number of months. Mr. Coiner has, we'll talk about it. He's made numerous revisions. I don't know what else they could possibly do. We're not here for a variance. We're here to just defend the issuance of the zoning permit and answer any other questions. So unless, pending your questions, I'll ask Mr. Coiner to say a few words.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just have, I'm sorry, this is hypothetical.
Yes.
At the end of the project, there's one dwelling unit and then there's an accessory structure. In order to recreate a second dwelling, that would never be able to happen.
They would have to go for a special exception.
So they're pretty much, they're done.
Right, and then that would have the P and Z hearing that Mr. Green was talking about, correct?
So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So that's not, I'm just asking because that's not like the underlying goal at all.
No, the underlying goal is to
Yeah.
make this addition, elevate the existing structure and convert the 172 into a,
Cottage into an
like
accessory.
an office space.
Like so many other houses up and down Fairfield Beach Road.
And every other beach town in Connecticut. And Matt's point that you can reduce the nonconformity from a residential dwelling unit to a lesser nonconforming use, you can do that over the counter. That is allowed. Right, yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Coiner?
So you've probably gathered by now, I'm Kevin Coiner. I'm a firefighter with the town of Greenwich, and my wife is Natalia over there, and she's a registered nurse. We bought the property in 2009, 16 years ago, and it was our dream home. And we knew at one point that we were going to expand it, but we kind of had to get the finances together to do that. And so we have finally arrived at that point, and we're very excited about making this our dream home forever. And that's what our plan is. We started this process probably, I'll keep this short because I know everyone's tired too. We started this process a good couple of years ago now. And when we initially went to the zoning office, they said that we didn't even need a variance for anything that we were proposing, given that the plans that we submitted. That got revised and it was said, well, to keep the second dwelling, you'll need to come for a variance. So we filed that application. That got a lot of opposition from our neighbors. And so then we tried to figure out what's the best way to proceed with this. And that's where we worked with Mr. Decker, and he basically advised us that if we were to downgrade the second dwelling to an accessory structure and write the letters saying that we won't be able to even occupy or get a CO for our main structure until we actually pull out the kitchen, we accepted that. We're trying to be compliant. We're trying to work with the town. And, from our point of view, we've complied with everything. And if you think about the property, we're not asking for any cover. We're not asking for any variances. I mean, that's an important point to remember. We're not asking for any variances, and we're downgrading basically our accessory structure. And we're just kind of surprised that we're getting so much opposition. Now, I can kind of understand a little bit of that in the sense that anytime you build a new house or whatever, it is going to impact your neighbors. And I understand that, but we've tried to be mindful of that and tried to work with the town so that we work within regulations, and that's what we are doing. Just to give you, it feels kind of bad and ironic that we're being, in a sense, attacked for this, because when we look at what they built, we moved there in 2009, and the two parties, the appellants that are opposing us, moved in 2013 and then sometime thereafter as well, the second one. And they got variances on their property. And they basically, if you look at their coverage on their lots is far greater than ours, and even after our construction. Their square footage in their homes is going to be larger than our house even after our construction. We will have more green space on our lot even after construction
than they provide in theirs. So it just seems kind of hypocritical in a way to be, denying us our ability to build and to build that it's compliant with town regulations. And yet they enjoyed variances that basically gave them a variance from the town regulations. And so it's just kind of frustrating to be going through this, and we've tried hard to work. Mr. Decker has been very helpful, and we worked through that. I'd like to include in the record the tax cards from both our property and from the two appellants.
I'm gonna. You can't object to it. You can put it in the record.
This is a quasi judicial proceeding, and
There's no objection to evidence. You can put it in the record.
it's not relevant.
Well, I don't know. You guys have to opine on that.
And he'll say people give us irrelevant things all the time.
So anyway, just to sum it up, I mean, we've tried our best to try to work within the town regulations, and we hope that you will affirm Mr. Decker's decision and allow us to proceed with our building. I thank you for your time, and I'm sorry that this has dragged out so long for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to close the
Before you do, I just want to make a statement that I feel is necessary. As some of,
wait a minute, is it a statement that you need an answer?
no,
Then can't you say it during our discussion?
no, because.
Because then they can answer you.
Yeah, they might have to answer me, that's all the time. So I just want to put on the public record, and I don't think there's any conflict that's created by this, but Emil Meshberg is a cousin.
That's a conflict.
Attorney Green's office drew up some paperwork for me. I did not engage him, but I did his partner. And I've known Ron Noren since Samuel Staples Elementary School, and his wife was a teacher in the Easton schools when I was on the Board of Education and chair of the Board of Education. None of that, I think, in any way impacts how I will make a decision, but it needs to be on the record.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Can I speak, please?
No, sorry, I just closed it, I'm sorry.
Well, we get rebuttal, is that correct?
Excuse me?
She just closed.
I closed it.
There's an opportunity for rebuttal,
Is there?
For what?
We're rebutting what?
the public comment.
It's,
No, the public's comment. The applicants, the appellants get an opportunity to rebut.
I don't know. Okay, so who's going to talk, you or you?
Well,
I'm going to let my attorney talk, but if I want the option as well, if what he said.
As
if I
long
want
as,
to.
like, what we'd ask is, of course, it's just long as it's not redundant.
It won't be redundant.
I will be brief. First of all, and I'm going to comment, this board is sitting in a different capacity than when you hear variances, when you're considering an appeal. You are sitting in what is known as a quasi-judicial capacity. You are hearing an appeal. And the law is clear, the Pleasant View case and other cases say that what goes on neighboring properties in the context of an appeal, or even on a variance, whether you've granted 20 variances in a neighborhood, is irrelevant to what you're doing on an individual lot. As I indicated when we started, this is a de novo proceeding based on the application that was made and the information that was submitted at the counter, or online, I suppose nowadays, I date myself. It is a de novo proceeding where, based on the application that was made, this board steps in anew and looks at what was before the zoning official when he made the decision. So all of this discussion and and honestly, I'll just say, I reached out to Attorney Kersaden to try to work this out, and I haven't heard back from him. And I will tell you that that's irrelevant. But turnabout is fair play. I said it. But you shouldn't consider it. But here's the point. On the date of, there was just these plans before this commission. The fact that a stove is being taken out does not satisfy the regulations. They were leaving bathrooms in place. So then you're going to say to me, it's done all the time. And then I'm going to say to you, fine. You want to take that tack? You're creating one large home then. Your view is, okay, there were 2 dwellings, and we've established that there were 2 dwellings when these applicants walked into the zoning department. There were 2 dwellings, 2 living units. And now you are satisfied, and what you're telling me, you seem to be suggesting with your questions, that by taking out the kitchen, we've now created one larger home at 166 Pine Creek Avenue. And I'm just going to go back to 11.4, and I can't emphasize it enough. If you read what it says, we had a lot in one ownership which had more than one dwelling. There's no question. No one is denying that. Attorney Kersaden admitted it. There were 2 dwellings. So 11.4 applies. 1 or more buildings in place of such existing dwellings. So you can have 1 or more buildings in place of the existing dwellings and containing no more than the existing number of units. So there were 2. So you can have 1 or you can have 2. That's what that says. Number of housing units as contained in such dwellings may be erected. So what's happening here is apparently there's some work being done in the street side cottage. There's a massive renovation, including elevation, addition, and everything else going on in the beachside building. Contained in such dwellings may be erected subject to all other requirements. So they had to be zoning compliant. They had to be zoning compliant and subject to securing a special exception. And Judge Radcliffe said, and you can brush it off, but what he did is he went through the origin and why 11.4 was adopted. And it is for this very purpose, because everyone recognized when they adopted the beach regulations that it would create havoc to just let people do this themselves and run to the counter. And 27 provides protections. I can't say it enough. That's what these regulations say. I don't care how it's been interpreted. I don't care what's happened in the past. I don't care what's happened on neighboring properties, because the way the law works, it's based on what's written. So based on what's written, they had to get a special exception. I appreciate your patience. This took a lot longer than expected. And I urge you to sustain this appeal and let this go through an orderly process. If this appeal is dismissed, we're just going to go to we are going to take an appeal, and it's based on the plain wording, not based on all of this collateral stuff. And I'm just saying, please read the wording and read Judge Radcliffe's decision. Thank you.
I don't like talking out in public, but I'm Renee Noren. I live at 178 Pine Creek Avenue. We have been good neighbors. We have been very good neighbors. But it was a very disappointing winter this winter, because I just have to say this, Joel, I'm sorry. Kevin's so surprised that there is an objection, except Kevin called me up after the big storm in February and said, oh, by the way, our beach has been eroded, and he's showing me that. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And then he says, oh, and we're going to put a 2nd floor on our house. I said, great, you're just putting it on your house, 2nd floor? He said, yes, no problem. Week later, he goes, oh, by the way, Renee, we're going to extend it out. We're going to extend it out as far as the wood path. And I said, well, okay, if you have enough coverage and zoning says it's okay, then that's okay. And then another week later, he says, no, we're going to come out just on where the doors are on our cottage, the doors facing the water. That wasn't what was presented. That 3rd time was a week before his variance. And I think he was counting on the fact that I would not go and look at the plans, but I did, and I was shocked. That's number one. It was very misleading, and that's being polite, what happened 3 times. The other thing I just have to say is when he says that we're not willing to talk, we are the ones. Usually the neighbor comes over and talks to you, shows you plans, gives you an idea. That didn't happen. And so we reached out through our attorney. We said to him, I know it's not typical that people that are opposing, but we'd like to see if we can come to an agreement. We never heard back from either of our neighbors. So I just want to express, because he almost makes it sound like we're not nice people. We are actually very nice people. And we're very good neighbors. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, okay? Final. Okay. All right, we are now going to vote on the last 1 and 2 combined items on our agenda.
You got 3.
Yeah, but one's combined, right?
You got to take them separately.
Okay. All right, so.
Question.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, the public
Can I ask
hearing's
you a question?
closed, no.
No, I'm asking,
it's up to you.
a board
Oh,
question, not for, no, I'm not, I don't.
Thank God, yeah, go ahead.
Ken, since we've had a lot of discussion and a lot, this is very top of mind right now, can we take these 2 first and do number
631.
631 afterwards?
Sure.
Just because there's been a lot of information poured at us right now, and I'd like to be able to
Okay, so.
keep focusing on that.
All right, so we are going to vote first on items number 15 and 16. So I'm going to read them both into the record, but are we going to vote twice? Okay, then I'm going to do the first one first, okay? Okay, so I'm going to read it and then we're going to motion, okay? So the first item we're going to vote on is 166 Pine Creek Avenue, map 238, partial 35, petition of Claire Coslet and Mark Kemeny of 165 Pine Creek Avenue to reverse or modify a decision of the zoning administrator, premises PED. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Are we gonna discuss both of them? Because the discussion is the same.
Well, I think we can just discuss this one. Go
Yes,
ahead.
so we have the option to reverse it, which means get rid of it, or modify it. Is there anything we can modify?
Well, let's first answer her question because we
Okay,
need
I'm
to.
sorry.
I mean, can we, because it's the same discussion, correct?
But we'll have this discussion and then we'll vote and then we'll probably not have any
Same
discussion. Right. Okay, now your question.
My question is, we have the option to either reverse or modify. Is there anything that any of us can think of that would modify?
Well, they have not asked for a modification. So the first application is.
No, the answer is no.
No,
For me, the answer is no.
there's nothing.
They've been trying to work it out, and, or maybe they have, maybe they haven't, I don't know. But I don't know that there's anything we should insert into, oh, fix it this way.
I don't know how we modify the issuance
Yeah,
of
we're
a
not.
certificate of compliance. I don't know how we modify it.
If there's,
Let's just say no.
if there's a condition attached to it,
Right,
or
but-
anything at all, just trying to see, make sure we explore all the.
We heard so much information. I think the larger part was this special exception. And, the argument with the attorney they had.
So are we gonna do, so we talking about this, so we're just doing this one now, and then we're gonna.
The argument is that there's 2 parcels and therefore, according to the
There's
union.
2 units, right?
And the other argument is, because it's not remaining. What's the argument?
So my understanding of it, and this is how I'm effectively making my decision, is that with the removal of the secondary dwelling unit, with it no longer existing as a dwelling unit, and with respect to comment, I've been in construction 15 years too. Everything that gets built is built on a promise, and then that promise is kept by the inspection. If the inspection meets, you kept the promise. If you didn't, you have to go back and fix it. With the removal of the secondary dwelling unit, this project sits in compliance.
Or doesn't require a special exception?
Doesn't require a special exception, doesn't require anything. It sits in compliance with the removal of the second dwelling unit. Period.
And if you remove the use of the cottage as a dwelling unit before construction starts or as a condition of getting your C of O, does it even matter?
No, it makes no difference.
And then Matt pointed out that he follows our regulations, not what Judge Radcliffe said. That doesn't really enter into his determination as to whether he moves forward or not.
Well, how could he? He can only, that's his job. He has to follow the regulations.
Right.
Okay, what do you think about this measurement to the front of the building?
It's not a vacant lot.
It's not a vacant lot.
That is, if it were a vacant lot, this would happen. It's not a
It's
vacant lot.
irrelevant. It's
Okay.
very
What other arguments do you think that were brought up that were pertinent to this?
I think the survey question is, we've seen it before
Right.
on the street. And I take it as, I have to believe that survey is an accurate survey until proven otherwise, because it's a licensed surveyor. I'm not in a position to
There's no other survey. I mean,
and
if
I'm
there
not-
were another survey, we'd have something to look at, but there is no other survey.
We have to accept it as correct.
And I think the bituminous coverage thing was just really a misunderstanding. I think that it is what is right. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count,
So-
because it does not and will not exist.
It's not there.
The other thing that I'll put words to briefly is that in almost every hearing before this board, existing conditions within a specific zone are referenced either in paper, exhibit, or anecdotally. I don't know of and I don't believe that there's any standing that says that that those exhibits, if you will, can't be submitted to us.
Yeah.
We do not act on precedent. There's no question about that. Every single case we take as an individual case, regardless.
Doesn't matter what the neighbors have going on.
Right.
Irrelevant.
Anything else to bring up? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear how we vote. The application is to reverse or modify the decision. So if you do not want to reverse it, you say no. Okay, is that agreed?
Yep.
Everyone clear? Okay, Katie?
No.
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 And I'm a no also. Okay, I'm going to do number 16, 166 Pine Creek Avenue, map 238, parcel 35, petition of Joel Green representing 178 Pine Creek Avenue to reverse or modify a decision of the zoning administrator premises BD zone. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Brian, in a second?
Jane seconds.
Jane seconds, okay. I believe our discussion is identical.
So I think we just have to put something on
Right.
the record to
So
that
we
effect.
don't, okay, let's just go through our main points. We don't agree they needed a special exception. We don't agree that we can't count on the maps that were given. We don't agree on the wall length.
What's relative to a vacant lot?
I think overall, we believe the zoning enforcement officer had the ability to issue the permit without needing a variance, correct?
Without a variance or special exception.
Agreed?
Yep.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Okay, Katie?
No.
And I'm a no too. Okay, and our last item on our docket is
What was that again?
630.
I know, I'm kidding.
631
I
Reed
get it.
Street, map 125, parcel 243 for a variance. The zoning right to reduce the sum of two sideline setbacks from 25 feet, currently 20.7, proposing 20.7. Petition to remove the existing dwelling and construct a new dwelling. Okay, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And can I have a second?
Jane seconds.
Okay, discussion.
So this has within it the exhibit since it was.
You're
given
welcome to it.
We have that.
Oh, we
yeah.
have that? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Anything that gets handed to me, I assume has to go in. This had the amelioration of a hardship, or of a condition which constituted a hardship initially. We can only really consider what was asked. There was a lot brought up that had nothing to do with what was asked. of us,
The only,
so.
because we say yes to this kind of thing all the time, right? Well, but a lot we do, like if someone, like the first application that came to us today would be a house in Greenfield Hill that wanted to put the second story on. This is
Not exactly that.
But
They're not the same
but,
application.
right, because why?
Because this is a different building altogether.
Right.
On the same foundation though.
Right, but they're claiming that the previously given variance, which allowed them to maintain that, what was it, already forgot, 10 feet.
Yeah.
20.7
whatever it
feet.
was, would still apply. This doesn't, it's a new.
So what if we say that, what if we, for argument's sake right now, so that variance doesn't go with the property, it does go with the
Yeah,
property?
right, let's argue
Let's just
that.
say,
Doesn't count.
let's just say that doesn't count because it was for a different structure. Beyond that, what I'm taking from this though is that they are demoing this property, but they're leaving, and they're not increasing the setback at all. It's the same setback. It's 20.7. It was 20.7 before, it's currently 20.7, it's gonna stay 20.7.
Except that they're adding more volume up above, so you need,
They are.
you need a variance for that.
Correct, but they
So-
also keep
but
in
they don't,
mind.
do they?
Well,
What-
yeah,
what-
they do, but.
They will?
Well, they do, that's why they're here, that's what they have to.
Well, yeah.
But here's what I would say though is their big argument was they're adding more volume and it's too big for, guess what? The whole town has got bigger houses that are being, small houses are going the way of, I don't know, the bigger houses are being built, but they're basically keeping their setbacks exactly the same. They're under how, they can make it taller, they can make it bigger, and they can cover more property.
And they're not worsening.
And they're not doing that.
But they have they're calling it a hardship, it's a self-imposed hardship. They have a foundation, they can build a one-story house or another split level right on it without needing a single variance. The fact that they want to make it bigger and taller, that's why.
We do that, I mean, it doesn't matter, but they're not increasing the nonconformity, it's the same nonconformity they had before, and I think they're being very respectful.
Conformity, they're making more volume up above.
No, that's not, but they don't need a variance for that.
They don't.
But it's a different house.
Right, but no.
But it's not what we're being
I was gonna
asked.
say, they're asking for variance in the sideline setback. The house that is there now, and the house that's gonna be built, that setback is not changing. They're adding more volume, yes, but they're adding less volume than they could. They're making this house, they could be doing 40%, they're doing 31.7.
But they could also, they've taken the house down to.
But they're also under coverage too. They could move it
The
around,
reality
they
is,
could move it.
no one who comes into that house, if they decide they want to move, and someone comes and buys that house, the argument that they made that these things are on the market for 21 days or whatever it is, none of it matters. Not only does it matter, but it's kind of spurious because anybody buying those houses for $600,000 is buying them to put up a $1.2 million house.
So let's just talk about,
Doesn't matter.
what's their hardship? Why
The
should we
hardship is they have
grant the variance?
a pre-existing non-conforming.
Pre-existing
structure.
nonconformity.
Which they're gonna tear down.
But they're building it, but it's
But they're still building
pre-existing
within the
Guess what,
foundation.
let's look at this one we this one we
But
said.
if they didn't build it in the foundation, they wouldn't have to come here.
Right, I think it's a they're
they're
With this one, with this one now, think about what they approved on Pine Creek Ave, they were a pre-existing nonconformity, they're lifting it up, but they're keeping the same nonconformity. We could have said, okay, well, why don't you lift it up and move it over?
No, because they're going from a one-story house to a 2.5-story house, that's a different house altogether.
The one on Pine Creek or the one, this one?
What we're talking about now.
Well, these guys are too. They
They
are too.
We're not talking about
I know.
that. So they have two choices, they can leave it, the foundation where it is, with the old variance and build a one-story building, or, because that's where it is, or they can rip everything out, move
So-
it over and build a.
Why do they need
So
to?
it being,
It's a cost equation.
it's
Complying 2-story, 2.5-story house.
It'll be a lot bigger and
It's
cover
a-
a lot more property.
Yeah, but who
Won't be
cares?
zoning, but they won't need a variance.
I know, but
I mean, like,
keep
that's
it,
not our purview to care about how big houses are, like right? We don't,
it's to their credit,
Right.
they're
Legislative
keeping it
style
smaller.
or aesthetics, we don't care. But they can't have it both ways. They can't say, oh, it's a hardship, and then at the same time say, but we want to, push that hardship, which is
so
self-imposed
they're,
hardship.
yeah, but they're not.
We allow people to
No,
go all the time now.
Yeah, first of
Over-
all, people do it all the time. Second of all, I understand that, but it's an existing thing. They are They're not digging up more earth. They're not doing anything else. What they're doing is building straight up.
Yes, they're changing.
They are changing it, but it's not a change of use. I think one of the important things that it feels like is it's almost like we're treating the change of this property because it's adding a second story. We're almost equating it with a change of use. All we're doing is putting a second story on a house.
We could talk about the stories as well, because
We can't talk about it.
We can't
You
talk
can't
about it
judge
because it's not what it's.
Let's not talk about
it's
that,
not what
I
because
just
we're
don't
gonna
think
do.
we have enough information.
But that's something that, if we say yes, then it will go back to the building department and to Matt's department to determine how many stories it is. Like, that's not, and by the way, if they need a variance because it's too many stories, then they're gonna come back to us. But that's not something for us to decide now.
Why don't they just build it in compliance?
Because if they have to move, I would imagine it's because the
They're doing it. They
foundation's
don't
there.
have space.
And quite frankly, it saves
They don't have a lot of space.
But quite frankly,
And
I'm sure
that-
it saves some money. Does it?
Right, and that's why I don't see a hardship. All right.
Anybody?
The hardship exists. We can't argue that there's a hardship.
Driven by the house. The house is,
I have.
the house
I
is,
buy it every day.
Everyone has.
the house is a self-created disaster.
Okay, but can I make a point about that? We'll finish your thought.
Yeah, and they could have protected the house, and I don't know.
They didn't need to.
What?
They didn't need to. Can I tell you why? They purchased it in February of 2024. They applied for and were granted a preparation for demo permit. They were also applied for and were granted a permit to remove all siding. So they pulled the permits to start preparing for demo and to take the siding off. And I would imagine because of this process, it's taken a lot longer. They could have been sailing forward and had this done and not have it be sitting there as this derelict house. But because of the neighbors fighting, it seems, that's why it's taken so long. But they did what they're supposed to do. They bought it in February of 2024. They applied for the proper permits to start the demo, take off the siding in March of 2024, and were granted them. So I think that should be tabled as far as how they left it.
If they're just going straight up, why do they need a variance?
Well, we're
Because
saying
it's
it's
pre-existing
pre-existing
non-conforming.
non-conforming. Like,
If they put a new door on the house or something, if they change a step, they have to go for a
But then
variance.
it's a different house, so that, those upper stories is a whole other.
Anytime you put a second floor on a house, it's a different
Right,
house.
okay.
But we said the same thing on Old Academy.
The variance that was given was for a
But forget the variance. Let's just say it doesn't count.
We have to consider it.
No, the variance that was granted previously?
Yeah.
We've all decided it doesn't matter,
We
right?
haven't decided.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter. That's
the-
part of the history of the house. It was granted based on it being a one-story house.
Okay. So do you think it should be carry over with the property or no?
No.
Well, let's say it doesn't. Let's
Does
let's
the-
all agree it doesn't.
No, I'm sorry. I think that it goes with the fact that it was given based on it being a one-story house. Now they're saying it's going to be a 2.5-story house.
So let's not consider that. Then let's say the variance doesn't stand.
Okay, so now then they need a variance to do what they want to do. I don't think I think it's.
But it's pre-existing non-conforming, just
So-
like the one at Old
so the-
Academy.
So the reason, let me just clarify something from my brain. They have a hardship because it's a pre-existing non-conforming. We're willing to set that aside because a 2-story dwelling requires a different setback, has a different setback requirement. Is that correct?
Right. It's a different house. It's a different requirement.
But don't we have the same situation on 1242 Old Academy Road where the street line setback remains, they're going up, but the street line setback, which is non-conforming, we let them keep it non-conforming. Like, they didn't change, it was 47.6, they're going up another story, and we're letting them keep it 47.6, even though it's not conforming.
They're permitted to do it.
So here's my question.
They're not.
So here's my question.
Setback should be 60 feet.
If this was, and I'm 50-50 here with you, all right? But if all they did was take the roof off the house and put a second floor on it and re-side it, you understand what I'm saying? If they just chopped the house in half, they weren't going to the foundation, they kept the 3 walls or 4 walls, and just put, yes, I agree, you have to change the first story ceiling height in part of the house. But if they just did that and went straight up within the existing footprint and kept 4 walls of the house, are we having the same discussion?
You still need a variance, and I'm saying no. Because I think it doesn't.
But why didn't you say no to the other one? I'm just here for my
Well, first of all, the
understanding.
other one's on 2 acres, so they have lots of room. And secondly, you talk all the time, all the people who came out that didn't want this, because they're on top of everybody.
It's neighbors with
I
pitchforks.
understand that, but the Greenfield
100%.
Hill House, the old Academy Road, no one's gonna see that. They have so
You know what,
much.
the neighbors,
One of the things about hardship, like, yes, they may have a hardship, but by doing something and you cause a hardship to neighbors, that's something.
hardships are, but the nonconformity is already there.
I'm saying, but the hardship
So I'm inclined to
inflicting on other
agree
people, you
with
also have to,
myself.
it's not a legal thing, but you have to think about that as well.
It's like the neighbors are up in arms about this because they don't want new construction of this size in their neighborhood. It's less, they can be bigger. And when those houses all sell, they're gonna get torn down, they're gonna be built bigger. Like the things they talked about, the fact that real estate price points, there should be less expensive housing.
None of that matters.
None of that
Parking,
matters.
who cares? Number of bedrooms, who cares? Hiking, who cares? So basically, all the arguments for why the neighbors don't want this to be done are irrelevant to us. But yet we're making a decision based on the neighbors.
I'm not making a
Potentially.
decision based on the neighbors, I'm just saying, I'm not.
Okay, I
So-
think we've really beaten this to death. I really do. I think we need to vote. Okay, Katie?
Yes. Wait, what are we saying? This is a yes.
This is just a straight up
This is a regular,
variance.
yes. They
This
should
is a
get it.
regular
They
old
should get the
variance.
variance, yes.
I'll say yes.
Jeff? No, and I'm a no.
Woo, that's good. I still can't get my head around why sometimes it's okay to leave an existing nonconformity in others,
End the
but.
meeting.
Oh, end the meeting.
Oh, the meeting's over. I don't do that.
What?
Here.